Hola.
Hola.
Wow.
How are you today?
I am all
What? Huh? You're all what?
mostly packed for tomorrow.
Sorry, what was that?
And I'm mostly packed for tomorrow.
Oh, I see. That's exciting.
Yeah. How are you?
I am good. I have had a busy day. I woke up early in the morning, and then we went to go tour our wedding venue.
Kawaii.
Yeah, and then we had some lunch, and then we came back, and then I spent some time preparing dinner, or prepping stuff for dinner. Like I took some chicken out to defrost, and then one of my friends were missing somebody for raid today, so I filled in for their Final Fantasy raid. I say raid, it's like a dungeon, and then I got out of that, and then I made the rest of dinner, and now I'm here. So I've been busy
You had a busy day. Yeah, you had a full day.
And now I'm here to do Ace Attorney.
Yeah, we're gonna top it all off with Ace Attorney.
Yeah. Okay, without further ado, let's get into it. Let's go!
Get into it, yeah.
Oh, I forgot.
Is that Faye in our chat?
I forgot that every time Citra updates, I have to reintroduce it to OBS. It's like, hey, this is it. This is what I want. There we go. Turns out we had a surprise witness on our hands. The victim himself, the storyteller. And again, nothing surprises me anymore. The secret behind Labyrinthia, the legendary fire, witches, magic, and finally, Bazelle. The veil was just about to be lifted off of these mysteries once and for all. Okay, everyone, it's high time we end this. Let's give Labyrinthia the fresh start it deserves and solve these mysteries!
Oh, tell us in our chat. I misread the username.
Mm-hmm.
Aw, cute. George.
He's like, what the fuck?
I don't quite know what to say.
Me neither, bud.
I am truly shocked to see the storyteller again, alive and well.
This was unexpected by me too, as I did not plan to appear before you all again. I was convinced that you would all see the last of me at the parade.
But this is the trial for your murder. And you are alive. Yeah,
No one was killed. So let's call this whole thing off and never have witch trials again.
Good idea.
Pretty
Whoa,
good
Maya.
idea, I'd say.
Take it easy. We're still in court, remember?
But what's the point of this? The storyteller wasn't killed. True. Estella would never do anything to harm her dad.
Objection.
If only it was as simple as that to end this trial. However, it is not, Miss Fay.
But, Professor?
Search your memory and you will know the reason why. The crime Miss Cantabella is accused of is not just murder. The purpose of the Witches' Court is to sentence the witches for what they are. Isn't that right, Mr. Storyteller? I fully intend to expose the true identity of Bezella. And this would not be possible without you, Mr. Storyteller, on the witness stand.
I see. And so you assumed the role of an inquisitor just to lure me here.
Be that as it may, the Inquisition still maintains that Espella Cantabella is the great witch Bezella. Dad.
It's been a long time, Espella. 4 years, in fact. You must have experienced many hardships living among the townsfolk. This daughter of mine never fits in with the others, no matter how hard she tries.
No, it wasn't quite like that. There were people who supported me. Aunt Patty was very kind, and the customers who came to our bakery were nice to me.
I'm happy to hear that. I wanted to watch over you ever since you left for the town. But in the end, I failed to do so. I had no idea what was happening to you. I am very sorry, Espella.
Oh, Dad. You don't need to apologize to me for anything. It's me that owes you an apology. I was trying to hurt you.
It was all my fault, not yours. There's no reason for you to blame yourself.
Dad, I'm happy we got to talk.
Espella,
You were so busy writing everyone's stories that we stopped talking to each other. Before, it was different. You used to have time for me.
please forgive me. Why did it have to come to this?
Mr. Storyteller, it's time to put everything in order now. Townsfolk and your daughter deserve to know the truth. The truth about yourself and the story.
Yes, I suppose it is time I told you the truth. Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. Storyteller.
let us begin. In this trial, I shall be judged.
Understood. The witness shall testify.
People of Labyrinthia who have gathered in this court, I will now tell you the true story. Many of you will certainly find it hard to believe and difficult to accept. Nevertheless, I ask you to please lend me an ear and listen with open minds. Espella, my dear daughter, I ask you to do the same too. Although you know me as the storyteller, I have one more identity. I am the president of Labrellum Inc.
Huh?
This whole town is one of Labrellum's research facilities.
What?
It may be hard for you to comprehend.
Oh my god.
This land is rich in a very special substance which affects everyone who lives here. This substance enables the manipulation of people's minds And that is what Labrellum is researching. That's such bad guy shit.
Wow.
That's evil, man.
Wow.
This experiment began 10 years ago. The townsfolk all became test subjects.
I don't understand. What does it all mean? I don't quite understand what I've just heard.
I do not blame you. I suppose all the townsfolk are just as confused. Labyrinthia is an artificial town, created entirely by me. But, of course, as artificial as it may be, it is the reality for those that live here. For the past 10 years, I have been bringing the illusion to life by writing the story.
I am lost for words. It feels as if the whole world has been turned on its head. Your Honor, it is certainly not an easy matter to grasp this new situation at once. Regardless, I suggest we hear more of what the witness has to say. Yes, I agree. Let's continue. The defense may begin the interrogation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hold it! This is too much. I don't even know where to start.
Gabriella Inn. That's a name I've heard before. It is a global pharmaceutical company with headquarters in England. If my memory serves me right, it was founded by Arthur Cantabella.
Indeed, that is my true name. Also, you're a little bit quiet and muffled.
I'm quiet and well.
Is that better?
Whoa, yes, that's better.
Oh, okay. Were you familiar with that, Mr. Wright?
Sure, yeah, I've heard of Labrellum Inc., of course.
Labrellum Inc. is known for developing a completely harmless anesthetic about 20 years ago. It's now widely used in hospitals all around the world. The company is also working on various other plant-derived sedatives, revolutionizing medicine.
Still got a weird little twinge to the mic, I think.
What? Why? It was working fine before.
I don't know.
Maybe there's like a cable that's like unhappy.
Yeah, maybe something about the cable. Maybe try like plugging in and out.
Okay, let me try. Okay, I tried a new port.
Oh, okay.
Is that better?
Yes, I believe it is better.
Okay.
Yeah, you sound normal again.
Okay.
I suppose I shouldn't be surprised by your vast knowledge, Mr. Layton.
Objection!
That's irrelevant. That fact is just based on the real world we're from, not Labyrinthia.
The real world, Mr. Wright. Then what would you call the world we are in now? Do you think this is a fantasy?
No, that's not quite what I meant.
Mr. Wright, I do not mean to be so rude as to presume I know what thoughts are running through your head. However, Labyrinthia is certainly not a place within a book, or in the past. Labyrinthia is a part of the world we know.
Huh. What?
But how could a town like this exist in the real world?
Do you think it's impossible? Why would that be? Are you saying that everyone would know about an unusual town like this if it existed?
It's something like that at least. Anyway, it would be on a map at least.
No, I'm afraid that cannot be so. Huh? This town is not marked on any map. It doesn't officially exist. What do you mean? The answer is quite simple.
Hold it!
This whole town is a research facility? Yes, this whole area is a private property of Labrellum Inc. So, they own all this land then? That is why Labyrinthia is not marked on any map, and people from the outside cannot enter. We have taken measures to ensure that this town is not noticed by local residents. What measures are you talking about?
Consider the fact that magic is supposed to exist in this town. Perhaps special mechanisms that were used to create magic also serve to conceal Labyrinthia. There are limits to what magic the Shades are capable of producing on their own, after all.
That is the case indeed. The magic in this town has been made feasible owing to the latest technology.
Technology? Tricks? I cannot believe this. However, there is one question. There is no industry in Labyrinthia. How do you obtain necessary commodities?
Very observant, aren't you? All commodities are regularly shipped in by sea. A young man once made his way here on a freighter and took Gispella out of the town.
That was Carmine Accidenti, a friend of mine.
I see. But is something on this scale really possible? As you might suspect, it would be beyond the power of Labrellum Inc. to keep a facility this size a secret for so long. Labyrinthia is a project co-funded by the British government. This is so fucking shady.
God dang it, British government.
What? It's a government project? But what would be their stake in this? This is some like 1960s bullshit. Some like MK Ultra. It's all because of my beliefs. His beliefs?
Oh, by the way.
Yes, Your Honor.
What is a research facility? I've never heard of anything like that before.
Ah, yes, that was careless of me. Naturally, you wouldn't know what it means. How should I explain? This whole town is my creation.
Oh, that's what it was about.
So, like, we knew that one already, though.
Yeah, you're the storyteller. In other words, it's all your story. That makes it all clear.
Swing and a miss, Your Honor. Getting back to the topic. There is an important reason why we have chosen to build such a facility here.
Hold it!
A special substance? What does it actually do? This area has been isolated since ancient times, developing its own unique culture. Isn't it on the fucking British Isle?
There are underground ruins on the verge of the town. We found writings there, presumably left by the natives of this land. A bell that was supposed to be there was missing.
So, you have seen the ruins. I suspected that you would find them. Then perhaps you have also noticed that everyone who lives here has a very peculiar condition.
A peculiar condition, you say? I can't just sit here quietly like a patient old man when you're saying such things. Just what kind of condition is it?
You have every right to know. This condition makes people fall unconscious upon the sound of a certain metal being struck. Metal? What kind of metal? Pure silver. And so there is not a single object made of silver in Labyrinthia. Now that I think of it, that's true. Although how many silver objects do you encounter in your day-to-day life generally?
Right, exactly.
Just imagine what a disaster a fancy dinner would be if everyone fainted whenever they used silver cutlery. This condition is an integral part of magic.
How so?
All inhabitants of Eldritch Woods carry small silver bells.
I see now. The shades ring the bells when they need to create the illusion of magic. Everyone present falls unconscious, and the shades set to their work. Oh, look at where that shade's hand was! So that's the secret of the time-stealing magic Darklaw told us about.
Sorry, are we looking at a photograph?
Yeah,
What's
right?
going on
That's
here?
wondering.
How our collective mental image of it was just so strong.
See that hand there?
And that guy had 3 hands. And that guy had 2 heads. Now that they mention it. Kira had a small bell with her when we saw her back at the marketplace. We have been researching this condition at Labrellum Inc. And finally, we discovered its cause. It was the groundwater.
What causes it?
The groundwater contains a certain unique substance found in the soil in this area.
So if you drink that water, you get this silver allergy thing?
But of course we've been drinking it. It's impossible to live without water.
Of course, that's why everyone who lives here has that condition.
Oh dear.
You needn't worry, this condition is harmless, especially as silver is unknown to the townsfolk.
Something's still not quite right, though. If the sound of silver bells makes people pass out, why don't the shades pass out too?
Although the effect of the substance in the groundwater is powerful, it doesn't last long. The condition will vanish after a day or so without drinking that water. That's convenient. That substance's effects aren't limited to humans. It can also affect plants to a great extent. It can affect what?
Plants fall unconscious from the sound of silver? Plants are affected by it?
Our research was focused on the plants rather than humans.
Hold it!
That sounds really scary. Just what is this about? The substance enters the groundwater, affecting organisms that consume it.
People who drink it daily acquire that old condition. They fall unconscious upon hearing the sound of silver metal.
That cannot be good for you. He says it's harmless, but it cannot be good for you. Yes, although the substance in the groundwater also has a tremendous effect on plants. Wild flowers in this area contain a certain poison.
Upon my beard! Poison!
This poison doesn't harm the body. It has the effect of manipulating the mind. This is so wildly unethical. So it brainwashes people. I've been writing the story for 10 years. Can you imagine?
The title of the story is Historia Labyrinthia.
The ink I used to write it was made from those plants.
Oh, Nick! You remember how funny the ink smelled?
That was the gas released when the ink evaporates, and that's where the trick is.
What?
Those that inhale the gas become extremely susceptible to suggestion. Hi, Magpie.
Magpie!
Wow.
You mean brainwashing?
They will believe anything they are told, or anything they read, however strange or unrealistic. It will be imprinted into their minds as the truth.
So that was the true purpose of the parades. Pages of the story, written in that special ink, were regularly distributed among the townspeople. It was done so that everyone would be in a state of hypnosis.
This just doesn't seem right.
No. In many ways, possibly all of them, it does not seem right. Indeed, the creation of a fully controlled town with the inhabitants subject to long-term hypnosis. That was one of the topics of our research. Then, the story that is written in the Historia Labyrinthia, new levels of ethical violations, what never before thought possible.
You could call it a self-fulfilling prophecy, realized through the shade's work and the hypnotic effect of the ink vapors.
Like, this is straight up like MK Ultra shit. Like, this is what they
That's
did in
what
the
I was
60s.
He's like, I titled the name of this book Historia Labyrinthia. It's like, no, you should have titled it MK Ultra. Version 2.0.
Is that how it was all this time?
Labrellum used hypnosis to control all these people. I can't believe that the government was supporting that. Me neither, fuck, dude. Maybe the British don't deserve to exist anymore. All the people subjected to the experiment have been living here all this time? No, we started with just a few people, gradually getting more and more.
I must say that I am afraid of what the answer to this question might be. But where did these people come from?
Oh, we just kidnapped them.
Oh my god.
You haven't resorted to abduction by any chance, have you? Did you write this?
Of course not. Every test subject signed a contract with Labrella.
It still
Listen.
doesn't seem legal.
I feel like, see, the thing is, right? Like, I feel like you can't sign a contract and have it be legally binding if, like, you're entering a contract to, like, brainwash yourself, right? Like, because a contract, like, obviously is, you know, the point at which it is signed is important, right? One has to be of sound mind and body. But, like, I'm fairly certain that you have to be of sound mind and body, like, during the term of the contract.
No,
I mean,
just at the beginning when you sign it, it's fine.
You've signed over your entire right to your
Yeah.
life, every single year of
There's contracts
it.
that cover that, right? The signing over of all of your free will and everything.
Like, I mean, I guess you can write whatever contracts you want, but I don't know how legally enforceable that would be, if I'm being honest.
I don't think it's enforceable at all.
Contract to have their memories erased and be used like pawns in a story? The current inhabitants of this town have one thing in common. They were all dissatisfied with their lives and wanted to start anew, forgetting about their mistakes, forsaking unwanted identities. There are more people like that out there than you might think.
This is a cult!
This is absolute 100% a cult. Like, it's okay. It's organized around a central figure.
Yes.
Everybody is in a heightened sense of, like, being or, like, awareness, right? They're not allowed outside contact.
Yeah.
Like, this is a cult.
This is a cult, and they're all under hypnosis. I mean, the chemical kind, but some cults use that too.
They have all agreed to participate in our research. But that's insane! Phoenix and Maya were definitely kidnapped. That is true.
Yeah, true.
That is true. Some of us were definitely kidnapped.
Bro, it's always the pharmaceutical corporation.
Bro, I'm telling you.
It's not. This is not legal. We're just gonna stand by that.
Yeah, we're playing by Resident Evil rules, it seems. It's not as unreasonable as you suggest. We give them a new identity, a chance to start their life again.
This is not right.
No! In return, they subject themselves to hypnosis and live in this town as our test subjects.
Bro!
Some people have been here for 10 years! How? I mean, I guess, like, at the point at which you're in a cult, like, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. You sign your whole life.
You could have
away.
quoted British law during the witch trials this whole time. Yeah, exactly.
Ah!
I'd like to call for a jury summation examination, please.
Yes, please.
In order for this project to be possible, we suppress their memories of the past, including the memory of signing the contract. That is definitely not good. That is not cash money.
Okay, extremely legal.
That is so not cash money. So, ultimately, they are not aware of what is going on.
Stop!
Bro!
I couldn't agree more. I've got no idea what's going on. Oh my.
Let me make this clear, Mr. Wright. We do not erase their memories. We suppress them. That is... Okay, cool. They will regain their memories of life before Labyrinthia once their contract is over.
Oh, it's okay. So because it's temporary.
Suppress. That's arguably worse.
So, this place was uninhabited before you started this research 10 years ago?
And you've managed to keep everyone in a state of hypnosis for 10 years straight? Hi, Tyler. Welcome back to the Women Respecting Club.
Hi, Tyler.
Indentured servitude is still a form of slavery. Yep.
We're learning that there's MK Ultra in this game. Isn't that great?
Yeah.
Can you really hypnotize someone for that long? I mean, 10 years is one heck of a long time.
It was achieved through the distribution of the story during parades.
Through chemical warfare.
Oh. The British government deserves to burn.
They signed off on this, dude.
They co-conspiratored.
Oh my god.
The ink vapors have a powerful effect, but it wouldn't last 10 years, of course. With each parade, the effect was renewed. That's why the parades took place at regular intervals. That was the true purpose of that event. I have been born and raised here. It was a poor, small town with no industry to speak of that had fallen behind the times. Ever since I was a child, I had one friend that was especially close to me. He was a bright boy, curious about the world. His name was Newton Belduke.
Sir Newton Belduke. The Alchemist.
I didn't realize how fucking tall his head was.
I mean, we haven't seen him until now.
Who you
Right?
calling Pinhead?
Stop! So they were childhood friends. The plot thickens.
Sure does, Maya. He had always been interested in the unique natural features of this land. There was really nothing here, but to us this area was an exciting place worth exploring. And one day, we made an astonishing discovery on the outskirts of the town. We stumbled upon the entrance to the underground caverns leading to the colossal ruins. Wow, look at that, Newton! This is so amazing! And this strange writing! I've never seen anything like it before! Oh, I guess he's British, huh? We found ancient writings in the ruins. Newton managed to decode some of them. According to our findings, a highly advanced culture had existed on the land where our little town was built. Bro, it was fucking aliens!
Bro.
Some great calamity had befallen the natives, and they migrated elsewhere. Highly advanced society, like, bro, did they have fucking spaceships?
Have some aliens.
They believed that plants and water in that area were cursed by an entity they called the Great Witch Bezella. The natives sealed the curse within the ruins and left in search of a new home. Bro, you're going to jail! That is all we managed to decipher. Bezella's curse.
It was sealed in the ruin, you say? Would that be the Bell of Ruin?
The Bell of Ruin.
Oh, that's the bell from the bell tower. I wonder why it's got an ominous name like that.
Regrettably, we couldn't get any further information from the writings at that time. Needless to say, Newton and I were very excited by the discovery.
I knew it! This place is special! It has some kind of mysterious power! If we could find out what that is, our humble town would become famous! You know what? I'm going to do that! I will unravel the mystery of this place!
And so, Newton began studying the indigenous plants and substances dissolved in the groundwater. On the other hand, I studied economics and management at a university in London. I dreamed of bringing prosperity to this poor, forgotten town. I wanted to change it for the better, with my own hands. Meanwhile, Newton had succeeded at extracting a new anesthetic from the local plants.
Was that the anesthetic which led to the foundation of Labrellum?
Yes, it was a huge success for Labrellum Inc., and before we knew it, we were making a fortune. We wanted the whole world to hear about our hometown. Alas, fate was not kind to us, as we never realized that dream. Everyone in our town had died. All the townspeople perished. Huh?
Just what on earth happened to them?
That does not matter anymore. We purchased the environs of our town, the mountains, the lakes, plains, everything. Then, 10 years ago, having received financial support from the government, we started Project Labyrinthia. It was much smaller in the beginning. It started as no more than a village. Over the course of 10 years, it slowly grew into a town. The population increased as well.
More people were signing the contract with Labrellum, slowly increasing the number of inhabitants, correct?
Yes, they would sign the contract, be hypnotized and assigned a role, and then be introduced to the world of the story. I have spoken at length. Thank you for patiently listening to my tale. Bezella is the name of a witch from an ancient legend that we read about in the ruins. It is a fictional character. She does not exist.
But then, magic and witches.
Magic is just an illusion, and there are no witches.
Alright, so it was all fake. That doesn't make it much better.
It sure does not.
Why did you write a story where people get killed with magic and witches are thrown into the fire? You could have made it a peaceful, pleasant world where everyone would be happy.
No, that was not possible.
But why?
This is a research facility after all. We're researching ways to completely control human beings.
Okay, British
Jesus
government.
God, my holy fuck. Okay.
Yes.
Where do I even begin? Where do I even start with this? Like, the British government deserves to burn for this. Like, they knew what was going on and they were like, oh, hell yeah, sign me up for completely controlling people via brainwashing.
And these people signed up for it too.
Jesus Christ. Test subjects need to be exposed to extreme situations, so we decided on a fantasy setting. We wouldn't have gotten funding from the government otherwise.
The funding from the government.
Oh my God. In other words, we're running a business. Yeah.
my god.
And you
stop
shouldn't be.
talking.
But just what instructions do you give to the people you hypnotize? You don't give each of them a full set of memories of their whole fictional life, do you? No, it's much more simple than that. We only give them 2 pieces of information. The first, that they were born in this town, and the second was their new occupation. Then they filled in the gaps themselves, without being aware of it. The human mind requires a consistent story of one's life. Which means, of course, that no labyrinthian has memories from earlier than 10 years ago. No one has any memories from before they came to Labyrinthia.
What are you saying?
Oh, they've been here for 10 years. That's all one big lie. I am who I am.
But can you remember your childhood? I can't.
What's true? I can't remember. Even my parents. No way. I can't recall my own mother's face.
Jesus Christ. As you can hear, no one can remember their real past. There are no exceptions. Huh. Oh, wait a second. No exceptions? I smell a contradiction here!
Get him! Ah, it seems Mr. Wright too has noticed it now.
What are you talking about, Leighton? Mr. Cantabella, you have just testified that not a single citizen of this town remembers anything from more than 10 years ago. Yes, as that is the truth. Now, that's a strange assertion, especially coming from you. What? What do you mean? There is one person in this town who remembers what happened more than 10 years ago. That cannot be. It is impossible. They must be merely imagining things now.
Mr. Wright, please enlighten us all. Who is this person that remembers their past?
Take that!
Precisely, Mr. Wright. That person is none other than Espella Cantabella.
What? That's impossible.
It's true, Dad. I remember it clearly, as if it happened yesterday. The legendary fire.
No, that's impossible. That's just your imagination, Espella.
No, it's not. I couldn't remember it before, but it all came back to me. Because I'm Bezella.
No, no, no! Espella, there are no witches. That fire, it was just a bad dream.
The Inquisition would like to call Espella Cantabella to testify.
What?
Regardless of whether Mrs. Espella is Bezella or not. Her memories may contain valuable clues. Yes, that may be so.
No, wait. I don't agree to this. This trial is over, Your Honor.
Objection!
You seem to be forgetting something, Mr. Cantabella. Your story has ended. You are no longer in control. You are merely one of the characters. And this is also why we will not cease seeking the truth until we find it. Defense, what is your opinion of this?
Espella keeps insisting that she's the witch Bezella. As her attorney, I should refuse to let her speak to the court, but what's really important now is finding the truth, just as Leighton said. There's only one way to proceed with this trial, And that's by questioning Miss Cantabella about her memories.
In that case, the court summons Espella Cantabella as a witness. Attendants, bring the accused to the witness stand.
You just don't know how this can get worse. Oh boy.
Game's not over yet. Now, witness. Testify about your memories of the legendary fire. Yes, my lord. I was just a little girl then. It happened during the annual fire festival.
Whoop. Hydration.
Hydration.
Drink the bracing yourself juice. Oh yeah.
Everyone was gathered in the town square for the fire festival, and I was watching them from the bell tower. The great witch Bezella awoke within me and brought calamity upon the town. An enormous fire dragon appeared. I was trembling with fear, terrified by what I had summoned. Witness, what you have told us wasn't a bad dream or fairy tale, but what you actually experienced. Yes, it was, like I have already said. I remember it very clearly. The heat from the fire, the smell of smoke.
Espella, what are you talking about?
The defense may cross-examine the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Was there really a huge fire that destroyed the town? And what about Bezella? Is she even real? The answers are in Espella's testimony.
Hold it!
Do you remember what age you were then?
I'm not quite sure, but I think I was 6 or 7. And how old are you now? I'm 18 years old. That means those events did take place more than 10 years ago. It's very odd that you have memories that old, but perhaps you're mistaken about your age at the time.
Objection!
Your Honor, no one besides Espella has witnessed the legendary fire. Which would mean that the incident occurred before Labyrinthia was created, over 10 years ago. Yes. I suppose that makes sense.
That doesn't make any sense at all. How many times do I need to tell you? There are no witches, no magic. The legendary fire is just a story. This interrogation serves no purpose.
Mr. Cantabella, the court asks you to be quiet during another witness's testimony unless you are asked to speak.
Hold it!
Could you tell us a little more about this fire festival you were watching?
Yes, it seems to be an ancient custom in this area. The townspeople make a fire offering to Great Witch Bezella so that she will not bring misfortunes upon them.
They brainwashed an 8-year-old. They sure did.
A great fire is lit in the middle of the town square. The festival lasts all night long. That's correct. The festival takes place once every year. It is quite magnificent with all the townsfolk assembled in the square. Unless it is a counterfeit memory imprinted in our minds by you. Judge.
Listen, can't trust anybody anymore.
I know.
No, this festival has been held here since before I was born. It appears to be a very old custom indeed. By the way, why were you in the bell tower in the first place?
Huh?
You know, you said everyone was at the town square. Why weren't you there?
I can't remember. I probably went there because Bezella awoke within me. Despite having vivid memories of the fire, you do not remember much of anything else that occurred at that time? Yes. I was at the top of the bell tower, looking down at people in the town square. Someone was with me there. Ah, that's right. It was Eve.
Eve, her black cat, huh?
I didn't think Eve was that old.
Yeah, that's an old fucking cat now.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Well then.
Hold it!
Do you remember casting a spell?
I cannot remember.
Hang on!
Hang on.
You look upset, Mr. Cantabella. I am upset. Pardon me. Did you want something? I'd like to know what you think about Espella's last statement. My opinion about all this has not changed since last time. It's all just a dream. Listen to me, Espella. You are not Bezella. There was no legendary fire.
Dad, you have no idea how much I want to believe you, but I just can't. I remember what I saw and how it felt. The heat, the smoke.
Magic doesn't exist. It belongs in fairy tales. There are no fire dragons either.
Espella seems certain that she saw a fire dragon at the time. However, as long as we do not have any evidence to support or disprove this claim, we can't make any progress.
Do I have any relevant evidence? Anything that could demonstrate that the fire dragon Espella saw as a child was real? Let's take a little look-see. That's gonna be a negative. I don't think there's anything I could use.
I understand your choice to be cautious with your judgment, Mr. Wright. However, I must remind you that the only way to discover the whole truth is to bring to light the true nature of the dragon witnessed by the accused.
I don't know if we have anything.
Well, I think he thinks that you do.
Listen, it may come from later. I guess he has a point there. Maybe I overlooked some clues in the testimony. Yeah.
Let's arm ourselves to the teeth with evidence and give it another shot.
Alright, but first we need more info.
Time to do some pressing.
Witness, continue with your testimony.
Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
Can you tell me more about that fire dragon?
That monstrous image is still so vivid. It looked just like the one that attacked Dad this evening. I've done something terrible again. Then you are sure that the fire dragon you saw more than 10 years ago, and the one summoned this evening, were exactly the same? Yes, they were definitely the same.
Hang on!
Is something wrong, Mr. Cantabella? It's impossible. There's no such thing as magic.
You never believe me, Dad. I don't know why you have to be like this.
You are the worst father ever.
There was a time when things were different.
Espella, what are you saying?
Look at them. It's like a common argument between a teenager and a parent.
Mr. Cantabella created this town. He knows better than anyone else that there's no magic here.
Miss Cantabella.
Yes?
Would you mind giving us more details of what you saw?
Could I borrow a sheet of parchment and a pencil?
I think it'll be better if I draw it. Your request shall be granted. Bring parchment and a pencil for the witness immediately.
This is it. This is the fire dragon that I saw that night. I only caught a glimpse of it, but it was real.
Pretty good drawing.
Yeah, I know, that's what I was thinking too.
I must say, it does closely resemble the supposedly magical creature we witnessed this evening. It does indeed. This drawing shall be added to the evidence.
This is a farce. What happened over a decade ago? Was this town really destroyed by a fire dragon?
Discovering the truth about the dragon shall be our next objective. Witness, continue the testimony.
You're a farce, bad dad.
Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
But the town perishing in the flames so fast is engraved in my memory.
That must be a very harrowing memory.
I think that whenever Bezella takes over my body, my consciousness drifts away. But I'm sure of it. There's no mistake about me being Bezella. Because Eve has always been with me.
You mean that black cat? How is that relevant?
According to the legend of Bezella, she was always accompanied by a black cat. That small furry animal is actually her minion. In the stories, that is. Eve was there with me. I'm sure she was. And I saw the town engulfed in flames.
These memories are causing her a lot of pain.
Spella, hang in there.
Alright then.
Nick? Mr. Cantabella wrote this town's story, right?
Well, yeah.
So he's the author, and he's saying that Bezella doesn't exist.
That's right.
If that's the case, then there's no point to this whole trial.
We know that, but that's not enough to end it.
Sorry.
The professor has taken on the role of Inquisitor in this trial in order to get Mr. Cantabella to testify. He wants to get to the bottom of this mystery.
And learn the whole truth.
Besides, I think this will be in Espella's best interest, too. I trust the professor's judgment on this, so I'll carry on with the cross-examination.
Well, I trust you, Nick. I'm sure you know what you're doing.
Hold it!
And let's just see if there's anything more to say. But Espella, magic isn't real! Therefore, the dragon summoned by the spell Grandworm doesn't exist either.
But I did see it. I'm not lying. I saw it just for a moment. I'm sure of it.
It's like I'm talking to a wall. There's no convincing her.
There may be another explanation. This fellow should have seen something in the shape of a dragon.
Hold it!
I'm just gonna skip through this.
Hang on!
Alright, back to it. You look upset, Mr. Cantabella. Pardon me. Did you want something? I'd like to know what you think about Espella's last statement. My opinion about all this has not changed since last time. It's all just a dream. Listen to me, Espella. You are not Bezella. There was no legendary fire.
Dad, you have no idea how much I want to believe you, but I just can't.
Wait, I forgot I was supposed to be reading this. Oops. The defense will present evidence. Evidence? I suppose you mean evidence that will prove that my daughter's memories of the dragon amount to nothing more than wild imagination. On the contrary, I'm pretty positive Espella did see the dragon. What? I thought you had more sense in you.
Well, well, aren't we all curious about what the defense has got to show us? Present evidence that proves a dragon appeared in this town over 10 years ago.
I mean, Oh. Dual magnifying glass. I mean, this is the new piece of evidence we got. We could just send it.
Use that as the evidence that the dragon appeared?
The dragon appeared because she saw it and she drew a picture.
I mean, the tail looks like her pendant.
I think so too.
I feel like it could be too early to present it though. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, we just got it, but... Alright, we send it.
Take that!
It is, of course, Espella's drawing of the dragon. This is so circular.
Why? Why?
It's impossible to draw a dragon with so much detail unless you've actually seen it.
Oh my
Phoenix. Phoenix is like, I went to art school.
god. Indeed. Why is this? And it looks
Bro.
very much like the fire dragon we saw this evening. It cannot be a mere coincidence.
You cannot possibly use that drawing as evidence.
Why not?
This entire court is fucked. Because she could have just drawn the dragon from this evening.
Dad, why don't you believe me? I saw that dragon when I was little.
This town is my creation. I know everything about it. And I assure you there's no magic. I mean, there's a magic plant that makes people brainwash. If there's anyone who can tell you what's possible and what is not, it is me, the creator of Labyrinthia.
Your overconfidence has clouded your judgment and is preventing you from seeing the truth.
What do you mean?
In order to see what is really there, you need to reject biased assumptions and keep an open mind. You are overlooking certain facts precisely because you are the creator of this town.
It's nothing short of insanity.
Magic doesn't exist, and yet Espella says she saw a fire dragon. It seems like a contradiction. But perhaps it is not.
Yes?
The solution to this mystery is out there. We just need to find it. You supposedly know where it is. Magic doesn't exist. Espella saw a fire dragon. Where is the evidence that bridges the gap between the two?
In the court record, in the belfry, it's the town itself. Espella was watching the town burn at that time. She says she saw an enormous fire dragon. Now, if you put the two together, I think our best guess is that the dragon she saw was this town itself.
This town? In other words, Espella saw a dragon's shape looming over the burning town.
How absurd. That's mere speculation.
I will not dispute that. However, it is entirely possible to test our theory.
What? And how would you go about doing that?
It is all quite simple, Mr. Storyteller. We will now go to the belfry. Maybe we'll find that fire dragon there.
Alright.
Okay, let's go. Little field trip. Over 10 years ago.
I'm gonna hit the break screen real quick and pee.
Okay.
Everybody take a little pee break.
I didn't go anywhere, chat.
ASMR, oh god. I'd want to do something like so off the wall, like make people's skin crawl kind of sounds, like eating my mango. Like I have a mango slices here. I sliced up a mango before stream. Or just eat my mango into the microphone. That's what I would do. Just intentionally put people off. You made the mistake of clicking on my ASMR video. Now you will pay the price. Hey, you whispered into the mic. That doesn't automatically mean it's a... Some people are into that, I guess. I would rather have the mango. Me too. I would just rather eat the mango.
Alright, okay. Renu ASMR. Renu, are you ASMRing the chat?
No, I whispered to chat and then they just immediately locked on to it being ASMR.
Alright, hydrate. Gotta refill the pee.
Yeah, you gotta stock up for your next restroom break.
Yep. Alright, let's get back to it.
The witness was standing somewhere around here when she saw a fire dragon. Am I correct?
Is it gonna be a puzzle? We're gonna do a puzzle.
Oh my god. Yes, Mr. Layton. However, what was it that you actually saw then? Let us see if we can find the answer to that question.
Time to hit the streamers with your odd habits of drinking after bathroom breaks. You know, when I was younger, I had this really weird thought about, is it efficient to drink water before or after going to the bathroom? And when I thought about it then, I was like, well, I mean, like, if you drink the water before, then it'll become like pee and you'll get it out all at the same time. But if you do it after, then you'll have to pee soon again. Like, that's not how it works, really. Like, technically, in the long run, that's true, but like, that's not how it works. Like, looking back now, I can reckon, like, this was when I was in like elementary school. Looking back now, I'm like, that was like, obviously that's nonsense. Yeah.
Just child soupy thoughts.
Anyway, yeah, so drinking water is good for you always. So you should always be drinking water, and then occasionally you should pee.
That's the answer.
Why not? Go ahead and try, but I have warned you that it's futile. You will find nothing here.
Well, it happened a long time ago. Whatever she saw might not be there anymore. And if we want to see exactly what she saw at the time, we'll need to set the whole town on fire. Want me to go get matches?
Jesus Christ, Maya.
Oh my god, she's always ready.
I may be an attorney, but even I couldn't clear you of the charges if you actually committed such a crime, Maya.
Hey, you cleared me of murder.
Maya, this is so much worse somehow.
I will pretend I did not hear that. Shall we begin? Let us look for the fire dragon. We can see the whole town from here. Look in every direction for something that will resemble Miss Cantabella's drawing.
Oh, you're gonna make us do it? Oh.
Ooh.
Doragon. It's actually kind of jarring because I don't know how many sides there are.
Yeah, how many sides are there?
Looks like there's actually like quite a couple. Alright, what does this thing look like again?
Let's refresh ourselves. Okay.
Okay. Oh, we can look around in each one too. Oh god, this is gonna take fucking forever. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Somebody clip that, please. That was such a shot chaser moment.
I got it.
Okay, thank you. Spella, can you have a look at this? Looks like the dragon was hiding in here after all.
Oh! This is... Hey! That's identical to the one that Spella drew!
Wow, Spella, you're actually really good at drawing and remembering.
It's like exact.
You're a bright cookie. Dummy cookie.
Oh, but, it's not the fire dragon. The fire dragon was a creature made of flames. It was so big it could swallow this whole tower.
Speaking of dull cookies, I swear, sometimes Cookie like does the dog thing where they like shake their head, right?
Uh-huh.
And she just had like the spittle just goes everywhere because she's like drooling.
Oh no!
She's like slobbering. Such a little creature. Such a little creature, Cookies. Thank you.
This is just some tiny fretwork. I think we can consider this mystery solved. I suggest we all head back to the court. I will explain everything there. Is that all right with you, Mr. Cantabella?
What's gotten into Mr. Cantabella? He looks paler than you do with a cold.
I have no idea. Let's follow the others back to the courtroom.
The Inquisition's investigation seems to have yielded some unexpected results. But can someone explain them to me? Your Honor, the Inquisition will interpret the results of its investigation. You said you were about 6 years old at the time of that incident? Yes, that's right. Did you see the moment the dragon appeared above the town?
Huh? No, I don't remember. I remember seeing it at some point. It was like a flash. The town was ablaze, and this fiery beast was hovering above it.
Then, when you noticed the dragon, the town was already engulfed by flames?
Yes.
That information completes the picture. Miss Cantabella's statement has offered me an insight into the true story of the fire dragon. Over 10 years ago, Miss Cantabella was in the belfry, unconscious. What events led to this? Perhaps we will discover that in due course. When she awoke, the whole town was on fire. Having inhaled much smoke, she was still dazed. She was only vaguely aware of her surroundings when she looked up, alarmed by the scorching heat. Unable to stand, she was on her knees.
Renu, I'm gonna send you some pictures of Cookie. This is what she looks like on my desk right now. She looks so funny.
Oh,
Such a little creature.
big belly, little folded paws. And then she saw something she would remember her whole life. She saw a terrifying fire dragon attacking the town. She saw it through the fretwork in the balustrade. The shape of a dragon against the backdrop of the town being swallowed up by flames became imprinted in her memory. That is the truth about the fire dragon. This is what I have deduced. It wasn't a monster. Miss Cantabella, the illustration you have drawn for us bears an uncanny resemblance to the fretwork in the belfry. You saw the dragon when you were confused, possibly mildly asphyxiated from the smoke.
Yeah, you were going through it. Come on, let me let's see, where is it? Oh, this is not a good angle for me to look at. I give you a little cookie can.
Cookie belly.
Look at her little bellies.
Big old belly.
Look at the picture.
There was no magic and no magical beast.
You You believe a stranger, but not your father. That's so typical of teenagers.
Oh my god.
You should have listened to me. And now that all the mysteries have been unraveled, can we not end this trial and go home?
Objection.
Yeah, you stretching cookies?
As much as we'd all like to, I'm afraid it is still a bit too early for that.
What else do you want from us?
There's just one more problem I'd like to solve tonight. One more? What on earth could it be? Miss Cantabella, we've ascertained that you were in the belfry when you saw the dragon. However, that creates a new question. How did you get there?
No, you cannot just go home. You are doing probably a lot of crime.
Oh, I haven't thought of that.
Yeah, neither have I.
Oh!
Oh! Unexpected of an ace attorney. Mr. Wright seems to have noticed the problem too, at last. In order to access the belfry, you need to use the bell tower mechanism.
The mechanism can only be set in motion with the pendants.
Indeed. Miss Cantabella, did you have your pendant with you at the time? Yes, I think I did. I always had it with me. But why did I have that pendant? I can't remember it at all.
This pendant is not just for show. It's the key to the belfry. Why was she carrying it around?
We must also not forget that one pendant does not suffice to operate the contraption. 2 of them are required. 2 pendants. Miss Cantabella, are you certain that you were alone in the belfry? No, I wasn't alone. I was there with a friend.
What friend?
Eve, where did you go off to? The friend you mentioned. Was it this cat? Yes, she's my best friend. We've always been together. Without Eve, I would have been so lonely.
That kitty's always appearing out of nowhere to keep Espella company.
Of course she does. After all, Benzella is always accompanied by a black cat. What you saw from the bell tower when you were little was so terrifying that even an adult would have been scarred for life. The town burned in front of your eyes. You thought you saw a fire dragon. You see, your memories have been twisted by the horrors you saw. What do you mean? The dragon you saw wasn't real, and I suspect that the friend who was with you in the bell tower might not have been that cat. No, it was her! It was Eve, my only friend. Miss Cantabella, the pendant needed to access the belfry is too large for a cat. Are you following? If Eve was with you, it would have been impossible for you to enter the belfry.
wait. Inquisitor, where is all this going? You have no right to tamper with my daughter's memories.
You are right, of course. However, neither do you.
Stick it to him.
Nor should you attempt to cover up the truth.
Ugh.
No, you're wrong. He was my only friend. Think about that day again, Miss Cantabella. You went to the top of that bell tower with a friend who also had a pendant. Well then, why don't we have the defense present some evidence? Can you prove that someone was with Miss Cantabella in the belfry that day? If so, I'd very much like to see the evidence.
What? Why me? It was the professor's idea.
You do it!
I have nothing on the legendary fire. Why ask me for proof?
Right. I suppose you wouldn't have any proof. Not one of us remembers that incident.
I've had enough of this, Your Honor. You have no grounds to continue this trial.
Well, we appear to have reached a dead end. There's nothing else for us to do.
Objection.
Please hold on, Your Honor. Oh? Oh, what is this all of a sudden? Inquisitor Layton? The defense does not have the necessary evidence, but someone else does.
What do you mean?
This time the Inquisition will present its evidence.
Oh, baby.
This is not even a trial anymore.
You son of a witch!
Ooh!
This is what you wanted from the very start, isn't it?
Well, in that case... The Inquisition shall present evidence that somebody was with Miss Cantabella in the bell tower when she saw the fire dragon.
Have a look.
Have a look. This is the proof. This photograph shows Miss Cantabella with a friend. Golly, this is the finest illustration I have ever seen.
Oh boy, this is where we gotta start from, huh?
It's a photograph. It looks as if it were a reflection of the real world on paper. Tell me, who created this exquisite work of art? Well, Your Honor, I understand you are fascinated, but let us focus on what this picture shows. This picture was found in the Storyteller's Tower. Mr. Cantabella, we have taken the liberty of borrowing it for this trial.
It's enough to look away for a second, and you already caused trouble.
Professor? Aren't photographs against the rules? I mean, this is supposed to be a medieval setting.
Bro, we tossed that out a while ago.
Oh my god.
Meh, who cares? Me too, Phoenix.
What's important now is helping Miss Cantabella to grasp the truth. And in this case, the ends justify the means. Please take a close look at the two girls in this picture. Each of them is wearing a pendant. Why, that's so! These are the Belfry contraption pendants. We know that one of these girls is Miss Cantabella. But then, Who is the other girl? Accused, do you have any idea?
Isabella? Are you okay?
It doesn't look like she is.
It's... It's me. And... the other girl is... she's... I don't know. Ah!
Spella! Your Honor, stop this trial. Stop it right now. Can't you see you're driving Spella into insanity?
Objection.
It's just the opposite, Mr. Cantabella. If we turn away from the truth now, Isabella will close herself to the world forever. Mr. Wright,
Yes?
you know who it is, don't you? You know the identity of the other girl in this picture.
How is it that no one else knows? Is my
I know.
question.
Is that so? If the defense knows that.
The defense will now assert the fact that it has eyeballs.
Tell us all who this other girl is.
Well, I
wonder
who it could be.
You haven't changed your hairstyle in 10 years.
I'm thinking it's High Inquisitor Darklaw. Nah, that's absurd.
No. Hi, Inquisitor Darklaw. Why, that's absurd. I cannot say I didn't have slight suspicions about her, but oh my. Miss Cantabella, what do you say?
To be fair, you don't think this town is used to seeing younger versions of people? You know what? That's fair. In their minds, only 10 years has passed.
Do you now remember the girl next to you in this picture? I was with Lady Darklaw.
This is crazy. What are you basing this preposterous claim on?
But, Mr. Cantabella,
They're literally a photograph.
this girl closely resembles the High Inquisitor. Now that I see with my eyeballs.
No, we need glasses, Your Honor.
Oh!
Resembles? That's just your personal opinion. It's meaningless in a court of law.
Objection.
If you want evidence, I've got it.
What?
The definitive proof that the girl in the picture is High Inquisitor Darklaw is...
Take that.
Take that.
And this is the proof it was the High Inquisitor.
The pendant needed for that contraption in the bell tower.
I have Miss Darklaw's testimony here. She said this pendant was hers. And so... the other girl in the picture is definitely Miss Darklaw.
Is it really? Here we go. Eve, where are you going? I was expecting you, Miss Darklaw.
Bro, how did she appear? I'm imagining that she just kind of like slowly rose up from the ground.
From behind the stand.
I see that I was not mistaken about you. I trusted in your ability to get this far.
Hi, Inquisitor Darklaw. Where did you just appear from?
I rose up from the ground like a vampire.
Oh.
Does your memory not serve you well, Your Honor? You know what I am. I can disappear at will anytime I wish to. So, storyteller, everything has worked out just as you had written. Oh, revered creator of Labyrinthia. Darklaw.
Lady Darklaw. Miss Darklaw. Did you enter the belfry with Miss Cantabella when you were little?
Yes, I did. Then you have memories of events from before 10 years ago? I certainly do.
Order! Order! Order in the court! Lady Darklaw, you were with me.
Your memories have been suppressed. By that man.
But I was with Eve.
Eve, huh? Eve the Black Cat?
Yes. She has always been my dear friend. She was by my side on that day too.
What a bizarre coincidence. Darklaw isn't my real name. What? Then, what is your real name? It's Eve.
What? What? You are Eve? Eve.
Darklaw not being a real name is the most sensible moment of the whole trial. You are absolutely correct. Espella.
My dear friend, Eve. It can't be that flashback. Was it real?
Darklaw, why are you doing this? Are you trying to undo everything I have accomplished in the past 10 years? No, you have already ruined everything yourself. What is it that you want? What I want? My aim is to make the truth known, so that everything returns to how it should be. Miss Darklaw, will you tell us what you remember about what happened back then, more than 10 years ago? It would be my pleasure. It was the day of the fire festival. Espella and I went up the bell tower. The wind was strong that day. When the sun had set, the festival began. It's true that the whole town burned down that day. The fire consumed buildings and people, turning them into ashes. We were the only survivors. We stayed in the belfry while the world below us was being eaten up by hungry flames. The legendary fire is no fable. It happened here more than 10 years ago.
Objection!
There are no such things as magic and fire dragons. So, how could a whole town be destroyed in just one night?
Yes, that's something I'd like to know as well. Even if we assume the celebratory fires got out of control, surely the whole town wouldn't have perished like that.
Now it all makes sense.
Oh. That was the missing piece of this puzzle.
What do you mean, Professor?
I can imagine now what transpired that night. What happened in the belfry, and what caused the legendary fire. We have all the clues we need.
If the Inquisition has evidence to show us, I'd very much like to see it. What caused the legendary fire?
Have a look.
Now look,
Have a look.
the cause of the fire is in the belfry. It was the bell? That bell had been made by the natives and later sealed underground. It was called the Bell of Ruin. Bell of Ruin. By the way, why does this bell have such an ominous name?
Could it be because it's made of pure silver?
Pure silver? Exactly. Mr. Cantabella has told us that earlier.
That everyone who lives here has a very peculiar condition. This condition makes people fall unconscious upon the sound of a certain metal being struck.
And that metal is pure silver. Yes, and we've been told the condition is brought about by drinking the groundwater. Indeed. That bell was also the reason why the original inhabitants of this area decided to forsake it. It seems that the Bell of Ruin caused a devastating disaster. To those who have gained entry into this sanctum, heed our words. You must not ring the Bell of Ruin.
So I have a question. If everybody who is here falls unconscious upon hearing silver being struck, how did they make the bell? Like, I guess you could cast it, but like, I don't think it'd be very good if you did that.
An enormous bell made of pure silver, and the locals with their peculiar condition. It's not hard to imagine what happened. It was probably the same calamity as the one that happened over 10 years ago.
And that is...
Well, what disaster happened to this town before Labyrinthine was built? Ah!
the legendary fire.
Now, let us contemplate the following scenario. What would happen if the Bell of Ruin was sounded during the fire festival? Oh,
Everyone who heard it would fall unconscious.
as it was an annual festival, all the townspeople were assembled in the town square. Oh dear. Therefore, on the night of the fire festival over 10 years ago, all the residents instantly lost consciousness when the bell struck. Oh no. Had it been even just slightly windy that day, the fires lit for the Great Witch Bezella would have gone out of control.
I don't think that fire festival was very helpful in warding off the flames, guys.
And they would have spread throughout the town with no one left to stop them.
Because everyone was unconscious.
The town catching on fire during a fire festival? Like, no way. Like, who would...
Yeah, to quell the Great Witch Bezella.
Yeah. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
Exactly. That also includes the two girls who were in the belfry.
Folk wisdom can't defeat a giant silver bell. Espella and I.
You were the closest to the source of the sound, so it was inevitable. When you recovered consciousness, it was already too late. The town had been swallowed by flames, as if a fire dragon had come to burn it. That was the calamity caused by the bell. Calamity? You say here that the cause of calamity is the Great Witch Bezella. That night, in this very town, Bezella was more than a mythical persona.
Bezella.
Well, here's the voice acting.
She's losing it again.
Oh my Jesus!
Whoa!
I don't think this is part of the game. I think this is the ROM fucking up. But holy shit, that's spooky. To be this is the fucking epilogue! What do you mean to be continued? Alright guys, it's time for epilogue 2.
Yeah, we're not in the epilogue until, like, Leighton and Phoenix are saying bye-bye to each other.
It literally said epilogue!
No.
Mr. Cantabella, I would like to apologize for putting too much pressure on your daughter. Only your words can bring her back from the brink of madness. Let her hear the truth from her own father.
All according to your plan, Leighton. You have driven Espella into a corner in order to push me to the wall.
I had no other choice.
Espella, please, listen to me.
You want to see another recording of the game to see if that cutscene looks like? Because this version was sick. Oh, listen, that was definitely not what was intended, but holy shit, that was cool.
You haven't done anything wrong. You didn't cause that accident. You have suffered so much thinking that you were Bezella. I must take the blame for that.
You, Mr. Cantabella?
I sacrificed everything to make up for what I've done, but all I managed to do was inflict more pain upon others. Is that not so, Darklaw?
Now that you are willing to talk, Mr. Cantabella, would you mind telling us your story? Yours, as well as Espella's and Miss Darklaw's?
Very well. This story, too, began when I was a young lad, when Newton and I were still youths, full of dreams and hope. As you already know, we discovered the underground ruins, and deep within them lay that accursed bell. The Bell of Ruin. At the time, we still lacked the knowledge to decipher any of the writings we found there. This bell is magnificent.
This bell is magnificent. It's bound to make the most beautiful sound. I have an idea. Why don't we make this bell the symbol of our town? How do you propose to do that? Let's build a bell tower for it. Then we can ring it on special occasions. That's not a bad idea. Then it's settled. When we grow up, let's do it. Okay, just don't forget about it.
The two of us chose different paths in life. I studied management in London, while Newton devoted himself to the study of the natural sciences.
And then, you made a fortune following the invention of a new anesthetic.
We both got married around that time, and each of us had a daughter.
You mean Espella was born shortly after your company gained funding?
That's right. We eventually returned to our hometown and set about realizing our childhood dream. Having built the bell tower in the middle of the town square, we retrieved the bell itself from the underground ruins. We aspired to make it a symbol of prosperity for this unindustrialized town. The bell was to be officially displayed during the annual fire festival. It would be rung in the morning following the night of celebration.
Pardon the interruption, but at the time, were you aware of the meaning behind the bell's name?
Obviously, we were not. Thinking back to my ignorance at the time, a chill now runs down my spine. Newton and I went to the bell tower the day before the festival.
Only one more day to go. We've waited a long time for this. That we have. This town will no longer be the same after tomorrow. The bell weighed so much that ringing it was not easy. We tackled that problem by constructing a special mechanism, which we installed in the belfry.
Daddy, I want to hear the bell. Can I make it ring? Daddy, please, let me ring it.
Espella, who was there with us, was utterly enchanted by the bell. She wasn't a bad child. She was very stubborn and would rarely listen to me when she wanted something. I told her a story to try and convince her to leave the bell alone.
Espella, listen carefully. You mustn't ring this bell.
He's like not like that old. Actually, but he sounds so old.
He sounds so old.
Daddy.
You know about Bezella the witch.
Wait, like, hang on. They don't have ages for these characters.
She's an evil fire witch who uses magic to hurt people.
If you ring this bell, Bezella will come out and possess you.
Possess me? You mean I'll turn into Bezella?
That's right, Espella. When Bezella possesses someone, she uses them to do terrible things. That's why you must never ring this bell, sweetheart.
I understand, Daddy.
Like, he must be no older than like 35 here. But he's like he talks like he's 45.
There's
Like, have you ever seen a man that looks like this younger than like 60? Like, even if he's like an older dad, like, it's still like, come on. I'm so old.
The legend of
Having children
Bezella
ages me.
Yeah.
has been passed around these parts for centuries.
It probably originated from beliefs of the tribes that populated this area in the past.
What I told Espella was just a silly story that I invented for the occasion. It was only meant to stop her from ringing the bell. I could not have imagined that it would have such far-reaching consequences.
It's all coming back to me now. I remember that day. On the day of the fire festival, just around the time when the preparations ended and everything was about to begin. I sneaked out of the house. I took Mum's pendant with me.
Is that a British-ism? Sneaked
Sneak?
out?
I do
like-
not know.
Because, like, here we would say, I snuck out of our house, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Your mother's pendant? Do you mean this one?
Yes, it belonged to my mum.
We needed to limit access to the bell, so we made the 2 keys. We decided to make them into pendants. Each gave one to our respective wives. Both are needed in order to access the belfry.
I saw you and Mr. Belduke use them. So I told Eve to meet me at the bell tower.
I tell you, 6-year-olds really get up to a lot of shit, huh?
Daddy says Bezella will come out if I ring the bell, but if I do it just a little...
If I do it just a little! Just a little!
The entire
Just a little bit
destruction of
possession.
the town.
I want to try it while the festival is going on. I hope Eve doesn't forget her mum's pendant.
So it is just as I thought. Miss Darklaw. You are Mr. Belduke's daughter.
Well done, Inquisitor. I was almost afraid you would fail to make that connection.
What in the... This is too much for one day!
This judge had his whole world expanded, turned upside down,
Yeah.
shaking around like a cocktail, and it exploded.
Yeah. He's just having to accept everything that's being told to him right now.
What is a car? What is a Subway sandwich?
Oh no.
What? My word! What is a dab?
Stop. Order in the court. Lady Darklaw. You mean to say you're Sir Belduke's daughter?
Yes, my real name is Eve Belduke. I'm the alchemist's daughter.
This is unbelievable.
I also sneaked out of my house that evening, must be a Britishism, clutching my mother's pendant in my hand. I did just as you asked me to, did I not, Espella? You mean carving accidenti is a real thing and not a person?
Espella, my mum's going to be so angry if she notices I took the pendant. Don't worry so much. I just really want to ring that bell.
Bro, why does she want to ring the bell so bad?
I want to hear
He's
it.
a child. This is something they would do.
Children are like cats. They're only smart when you don't want them to be.
Yeah. I rang the bell against my father's warning, and so Bezella possessed me. Because of me, the town, and everyone in it, they're all gone.
No, it's not your fault. Stop blaming yourself.
Supposedly, the former inhabitants of this area are also used to fall unconscious from the sound of that bell. Perhaps they experienced a similar nightmare.
It was I who brought the Bell of Ruin into this town. The one to blame for this calamity is not some witch. It's me.
I mean, that is true.
I brought destruction upon this town. I am Bezella.
Espella, you're going to drive your dad crazy if you keep repeating that.
Seeing you like this is giving me a strong feeling of deja vu.
Eve, how can you be so evil? Are you happy now?
I'm afraid we're in the dark as regards Miss Darklaw's sense of deja vu.
Only 4 people survived the fire.
Only 4.
Isabella and Eve, who were in the belfry. And the only 2 residents who did not participate in the festival, Newton and I.
And where were you at the time, if you'll permit my asking?
We were investigating those fateful ruins. That's why we didn't notice anything until it was too late. It was getting near the time at which we planned to ring the bell, so we headed towards the town. Then we saw it. The town had been burnt to ashes, the air shimmering from the heat.
That's too awful for words.
We searched for survivors, sick with anxiety. Eventually, we found our daughters in the bell tower. Isabella was unresponsive, like a doll. Eve was crying at her side. Our relief at having found them vied with terror caused by the disaster. The worst night of my life ended, pierced with the first rays of sunshine. But then, it seemed Isabella was already lost to us. We had lost her to Bezella. She wouldn't speak, eat, or even leave her room. She thought she was Bezella, and that she had destroyed the town. I couldn't get that out of her head. What she saw from the bell tower must have been so terrifying. But it wasn't shock from what she'd seen. In my own words, I put her in that state. Had I only not told her that stupid story. We had been grasping at straws, trying to find a way to save Ispella's mind. But whatever we did, her eyes would remain impassive and empty. In the end, I came upon a certain idea that offered us a glimpse of hope.
What was it? The suspense. It's too much for my aging heart. I believe I may know what it was. It was the only way to get through to little Isabella. Inquisition? What are you talking about?
He responded with inflicting it on a whole town of randomly abducted people. Yep, that is, yep. He didn't double down. He didn't triple down. He just fucking downed.
What was Mr. Cantabella's idea for saving his daughter from insanity?
Have a look.
Have a look. We discovered this in Ispella's room. And that is? It's a handmade picture book. The illustrations and handwriting are truly exquisite.
That's the first story I wrote. I made it for Isabella after that dreadful fire.
Oh, the storyteller's first story.
It was but a simple children's story. The plot was very straightforward. The townsfolk join forces to banish evil witches who serve Bezella. Isabella, do you understand now? You aren't Bezella. Bezella is somewhere out there, sending out other witches to do bad things to the people of our town. witches, magic, the town perishing in flames. Spella was mentally broken, and I couldn't get through to her any other way. I talked to her as if magic and witches were real, avoiding any mention of that fire.
Daddy. A witch is real.
Spella spoke to me for the first time in so many days. I was beyond myself with joy and replied without thinking.
Oh, yes, they are. They're hiding in the town, among the people.
But it's just a fairy tale.
I was desperate. I feared she would close herself off to me again. Now, in hindsight, I see what an utter fool I was. I made an irreversible mistake yet again. No, it's not. Everything your daddy writes comes true. The bad witches will get their comeuppance. I will write a story about it. And so, I wrote another story for my daughter. A story about mischievous witches getting caught. This time I had the story acted out in front of Spella.
You had it acted out?
This is so many levels beyond like the point of no return, right? Like this, nothing went right here, and he just kept making the wrong choice.
Back then, I wasn't the only one tormenting myself over the mental state of my daughter. Newton was going through hell too. His own daughter had been badly scarred by the event. Isn't that right, Eve?
My father and I repaired a building that had survived the fire and continued to live in this town. Espella wasn't even able to leave her room. We couldn't leave her behind when she needed all the help she could get. Mr. Cantabella showed us this book one day. Then, he made an unusual request of us.
I'd like to make this story real. Would you be willing to help me do so?
To our surprise, he was entirely serious.
Oh, wait, this is Darklaw. I was like, huh? To our surprise, he was entirely serious, seeing that we gladly offered up our help. A story about evil-doing witches getting caught and punished. And Bezella, the source of them all.
Were you paying attention, Espella? Witches got what they deserved, and peace has been restored to the town.
Espella smiled at the end. Then she whispered to herself.
It wasn't me.
When I saw her smile, I felt as if something broke inside me. I couldn't afford to let her be sad again. Maybe if Bezella were to exist in this town, Espella would stop thinking she herself harbored the Great Witch. I continued writing stories about witches. Even I would act them out for Espella. And gradually, the number of characters in my stories increased. That was, of course, largely due to the ongoing reconstruction of the town.
How much reconstruction?
It wasn't anything on a big scale. I simply paid people to move in and act out their roles. But I began to think that I would need more than that. The story had to be real.
My man.
To make a lie seem true, you resorted to even more lies. Yeah.
Yes, I was certain that was the only way. How did I do so? I remembered about Newton's research.
He was working on a certain medicine.
It was a kind of tranquilizer made from local plants that he was testing at the time. But it was difficult to put into practical use. The substance had a danger of causing unconsciousness and hypnosis.
I can see how that could be abused to cause much harm, supposing it fell into the wrong hands.
At the same time, it was just what I needed for my ambitious project. I contacted the government, and that was the beginning of what came to be known as Project Labyrinthia. A town with human test subjects, all in a state of long-term hypnosis.
It's so ethically wrong, so legally incorrect.
You devised that plan solely for the sake of your daughter?
Yes. We acquired the land.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We acquired the land which had been laid to waste by the fire. The new town was slowly becoming populated. Gradually, the rules of Labyrinthia were established. It was to be a town where magic and witches were a reality to the residents. All of this was possible thanks to the drug.
The test subjects were exposed to it through the ink used to pen the story, right?
That's right. It was a dangerous drug developed by Newton. About 10 years have passed since then. Even now, the town continues to change.
Project Labyrinthia. And all this was done for one girl.
Espella was only able to be herself when she lived within my story. Oh, the irony of it. Only within a world in which Bezella was real could Espella's tragic memories be sealed. All this while, Eve was assisting me.
I was the first shade. As soon as the story began, I disappeared from the scene. If Espella was to see some magic, then someone had to don this robe.
That's the robe of invisibility.
I gave Espella new memories so that she could live in this town with everyone else. I also sealed the memory of her friend, Eve.
What? My existence was too strongly connected to a memory of the fire. Afterwards, I returned as Darkclaw, a stranger to Espella. But even if you were doing this for Espella's sake, that's just going too far. I mean, yeah. I made that choice. I do not regret the past 10 years. Meanwhile, my father was supporting Labyrinthia from behind the scenes, in his own way.
Do you mean his contributions as an alchemist?
My father's knowledge of medicine was indispensable for this town to function. The hallucinogenic ink was my father's work as well.
So it was. Newton and Eve sacrificed more than anyone else for the sake of Espella in this town. I will be forever indebted to them.
We wanted to save Espella, just like you. But then, there's still something I don't understand. Why were you trying to destroy this fake world? In the end, you chose to betray Espella and Mr. Cantabella. Oh. But I've told you already, have I not?
It was your revenge against Mr. Cantabella for choosing to end the story, correct? I wonder, whether that was the true reason.
Professor?
Would Miss Belduke really betray them merely because she did not want the story to end? I dare say there was another, considerably more important reason.
She had another reason?
No need to frown in dismay, Mr. Wright. Please leave this to me. Well, then let's hear what the Inquisition has to say. What other reason led the witness to betray Mr. Cantabella?
Men will literally create Mind Control Inc. and a fake fantasy town with witches before sending their daughter to therapy.
This letter was Miss Belduke's real motive. What is this? I think I've seen it before.
That's that's the letter written by Mr. Belduke for Mr. Cantabella. It's also Mr. Belduke's suicide note. My dear friend, I hope you can forgive me for leaving this world of my own will. What I have done cannot be forgiven. I can never escape from it.
Something was tormenting Mr. Belduke. It became too much for him to bear and drove him to suicide.
These past 10 years, I thought Father was glad to be helping Cantabella, but little did I know. He was suffering terrible anguish all that time. Cantabella twisted the lives of so many people for the sake of his daughter. Was the story not but a glorified lie, stripping so many of what little happiness they had? All those years, Father was racked by a crushing sense of guilt.
His agony culminated in the incident of 3 months ago.
Mr. Belduke's death. Just the idea of this tower being covered in an invisibility tarp and nobody just like walking into it and being like, what the fuck? For 10 years?
There's a lot.
Before Labyrinthia was created, certain things had to be concealed in order to seal Espella's memories. Had she seen them, she would have remembered. They were simply too dangerous to her. One of them was me. Espella's friend Eve had to be reborn as a shade and disappear into the forest. The next thing was the bell tower.
I see. Had she seen it, it would have been certain to stir up those traumatic memories.
Oh, that's true. I guess they would just mind wipe anybody that did.
Memories of the legendary fire.
Imagine that being your job for like 10 years. The only way to prevent that was to erase the bell tower from Labyrinthia.
But how could you do that?
Using the same method as with this robe. The robe of invisibility. In short, we covered up the tower with a huge robe. Although, it wasn't as easy as it sounds. In other words, the bell tower had been there all this time. Only the townspeople couldn't see it, is that correct? Indeed.
I don't know what to say.
The judge is like, please, no more. My brain hurts.
At any rate, the situation changed due to that lightning strike 3 months ago, did it not?
It was a most unfortunate accident. The lightning set the bell tower's cover on fire. That cover was quickly consumed by flames, revealing that abominable bell tower. The beginning of all this, the Bell of Ruin, appeared before us. 'Twas mockery of our efforts.
That power emerging from the flames. Must have seemed like a sign of divine anger to Mr. Belduke. A sign that no matter how you attempt to conceal your sins, the truth will eventually float up to the surface.
Having realized this, Father chose death.
He was such a kind-hearted man. I didn't have an inkling of what he had been going through.
To him, the participation of Labyrinthia's people within this project was not voluntary. Even though they had themselves signed the contract, I believe he felt those people were being deceived.
Because they were!
Yeah, because they were!
He was right!
Was right!
Father took his life because of you, Cantabella. Now you know why I did what I did. I lost my father 3 months ago. That day, my revenge began.
Your revenge?
The first step of my plan was to rewrite the story.
What did you say?
As president of Labrellum Inc., you had to spend most of your time in London. It's also weird realizing she's 20. Yeah, she looks way older.
Yeah.
I mean, she could be like 1 or 2, like, she could be like, you know, even as much as like 2 years older, right? But like, definitely not more than that. Like, she was definitely a little bigger than Espella in the flashback, too. So I think she's like 22, probably. But like, yeah, no.
The way she conducts herself and looks is very much older.
It's the trauma.
It ages you.
Over the past few years, you were coming to Labyrinthia only for the parades. Wow, what a deadbeat. He couldn't even do it properly. So naturally, I knew you would never notice if the story were slightly changed. That explains it. I couldn't help thinking there was something strange going on. Yep. Mr. Cantabella is Espella's father, after all. He wouldn't have made Espella a witch in his story.
Espella was a witch? When did that happen?
It's been happening for like months, man. How could you have known, after all? Let me fill you in on the details. Espella has already been tried once within the Witch's Court.
Impossible! Why? How could you? You knew the risk that would carry.
Look at you. What a fine author of that grand story you are. You left all the work in Labyrinthia to me. Meanwhile, you were making millions for yourself in London. What a pathetic excuse for a father. You didn't even notice that your precious little Espella was in such danger. After all this, he's a deadbeat too.
Miss Belduke, why did you do that to Espella?
Do you even need to ask? I did it to unlock her memories. You mean... When the legendary fire took place, Espella was so traumatized that she closed herself off to the world. We were just little girls then. That tragic accident was too much for us to handle. This fictitious town was created as a facade to keep the truth away from Espella. But the weight of all these lies led my father to his suicide. Despite that, the person responsible for all this carried on as if nothing had happened. I couldn't forgive him. As Belduke's bereaved daughter, I had to have my revenge against both Cantabellas. Judge, this is the whole truth. Now you know the true identity of Bezella.
Objection!
Objection.
You say this is the whole truth, but is that really the case?
Professor, what are you going on about now?
We have been provided with a clear picture of what happened to Espella so long ago. Nevertheless, we haven't yet heard your testimony.
Don't be ridiculous.
This will be the last testimony in this trial. Tell us about the night of the legendary fire. I request that you tell us your story.
Who do you think you are, Inquisitor?
I am merely one of the supporting characters within this tale. However, I am very much interested in the truth. This has been a very long trial.
Boy
which this will
has
be
it!
The last interrogation. Are we clear, everybody? I have to go home at some point.
No more! I've been here for hours!
Reality has crumbled before my eyes.
I've learned what a dab is! I didn't want this knowledge! I have to pee.
The court demands that the single other witness of the legendary fire provide us with her testimony.
Very well. There is only one truth. Nothing can change that. Espella wanted to ring the bell no matter what, so we went up to the belfry. The festival celebrations had already started. The mechanism for ringing the bell was at a height even we could reach. The next thing I remember was coming to and running to Espella's side. I was shaking her until she finally opened her eyes. The next moment we saw that nightmarish view. All strength abandoned us, and we didn't know what to do. That was when we were found by my father and Mr. Cantabella.
The bell could only be rung with a special mechanism.
That's right. It was made in such a way that even a child could use it.
It was probably constructed by my father. I suppose he wanted to make it possible for anyone to ring that bell. In light of the events that followed, that was clearly a very foolish decision. A mechanism for ringing the bell? I noticed something like that on a pillar when we went to the belfry earlier. I'd better make a note of it in the court record.
Oh dear. Fate can certainly be cruel.
I have to agree. If only we had not discovered those ruins and brought that bell to our town. Or if only we could have deciphered those ancient writings a little earlier. Moreover, if only the groundwater in this area didn't cause that strange condition.
Unfortunately, Mr. Cantabella, the tragedy occurred. All that remains for us to do is seek out the truth. Not for the sake of vengeance, but for the sake of the future. Mr. Wright,
Yes?
you have been fighting fiercely to uncover the truth. This is the final interrogation. Is it? I hope so.
I hope to God.
I trust you know what to do.
Leave it to me. To be honest, I have no idea what lies ahead. But whatever it is, there's no question we need to get to the bottom of it. There's got to be a light at the end of this tunnel.
I love him as our hero.
He's like,
With
I
Sun,
don't
he's
know
like,
what's
I got no idea
happening.
what's going on.
Okay, all right. Let's take one last little break, Reno, and then wrap this sucker up.
Wow.
Wow. Okay, burb.
Bar.
My soul!
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, let's get it. Let's do it.
Hold it!
You needed both pendants to access the belfry, correct? Isabella asked me to bring my mother's pendant, so I did.
That wasn't the only requirement, however. You also needed to solve a puzzle in order to use the contraption.
I've always been a master puzzle solver. For me, it was child's play, literally.
She solved it when she was a little girl. What's your excuse, Nick?
Drag his ass!
Drag him!
Hey, I have different talents! Espella and Eve were best friends at the time. Eve is 2 years older than Espella. She's 22. Wait, no, she's 20! Oh, that's so fucked up. What 20-year-old looks like that?
Oh no, anime. I don't know about this one.
Used to be like a bigger sister to her.
So, the two of you went to the Belfry. What happened next?
Hold it!
So even a little girl could ring the bell. Yes, easily. I intended to make it so that the bell would only be rung on special occasions. That's exactly why I put that puzzle in place, to restrict access.
You also divided the key to the Belfry into two components as an extra precaution.
I was careful, but the same cannot be said of Newton, who constructed the mechanism as a whole. He presumably wished to make it so that even our young daughters could use it, meaning strength was not a requirement.
And that became his undoing. By the way, how old were the girls at that time?
Espella was 6, and Eve was 8.
I see.
That mechanism was the last thing I saw before falling unconscious. And then...
Hold it!
Do you mean that you fell unconscious after the bell was struck? Yes, I believe so. Our peculiar condition causes an instant reaction. The brain probably doesn't even have the time to register the sound before consciousness is lost. It was almost as if a slice of time had been stolen from my life. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on the floor. I lifted my head and saw Espella lying nearby. I sprang to my feet and ran to her side. And what about the situation in the town at that time? It was all fucking ogre, man. I was preoccupied with Espella, so I didn't notice it to begin with.
At that time, was Espella still unconscious?
Yes, I panicked a little and took her in my arms, hoping she'd wake up.
Hold it!
So, it was you who woke Espella up, witness. Yes, it was me. She was out cold, curled up on the floor, until I shook her awake. As soon as she came to, she turned to look at the town, to that nightmarish view stretched out before us.
When you say nightmarish view,
I can find no other words to describe it. We froze in terror at the sight. It took us a while to notice that smoke was creeping up the bell tower, too. Our eyes filled up with tears and we couldn't stop crying, perhaps because of the smoke. The town seemed like a fire dragon's playground. I was trembling with terror unlike anything I've known before.
dear me. Merely imagining it now raises the hairs on my beard.
Hold it!
You didn't leave the Belfry until their arrival? Of course not. We were paralyzed with fear. It was an event so traumatizing it still haunts us. Espella fainted again when she saw the fire dragon. I was crying and wailing until our fathers found us.
We went to the bell tower, as it was a good vantage point. We weren't expecting to find our daughters there.
Of course, neither suspected at that point that the disaster had been caused by the Bell Ruin.
Eve was in tears, sobbing violently. As for Espella, she was in a daze. Her face frozen in an expression of disbelief. She didn't know what was happening around her.
I cannot say this with certainty, as my memories are a little vague. But I think I was trying to protect her. No?
Hang on!
Mr. Cantabella?
I remember that very well, as if it had happened yesterday.
Cantabella?
Would you mind telling us what you saw?
Eve! Espella! Are you alright?
Daddy!
Eve! What on earth happened here?
It was Bezella! Bezella the witch!
Bezella? What are you talking about?
Bezella comes out whenever someone rings the bell, right?
What have you done? You didn't...
Oh, please, Mr. Cantabella, don't be angry at Espella.
Eve said it with the most serious look on her face. Please, Mr. Cantabella, don't be angry at her. When she said that, I grasped the situation. I realized what had transpired in the belfry. And I thought to myself, I must protect these children.
I'm so sorry, Eve.
Espella!
Espella, sweetie.
Dad, please forgive me. You've done all this for me.
Espella, you're with us again.
All this for me. Well, well. At last, it would appear we are one step away from the truth.
Professor, you seem to already know what the truth is.
He knows everything. He's the professor. Do I? That remains to be seen. Continue the interrogation, and we shall all know soon enough. Very well. The court agrees with Inquisitor Layton. Witness, continue your testimony.
As you wish.
Hold it! Hang on!
Excuse me, Espella?
Espella, are you okay? Yes, everything's fine. My apologies for bringing back such troubling memories. Nevertheless, you must endeavor to face them and overcome the power they hold over you. Yes, I remember it now. The fire dragon. I summoned it because I'm Bezella.
No, Espella, it was just an illusion.
No, you're wrong, Dad. It wasn't an illusion. It was a fact. If I hadn't rung the bell, none of this would have happened. Bezella is the bringer of disaster, and that's what I've done to our town. The accused run away.
Quick, after her!
He's running to the bell tower.
Darn it, she's locked herself in! It's no use, we'll have to break down the door again!
Oh, that girl, she's gone and the build child to build herself. Stay away from me!
Jesus.
But she booked it up there. Oh my gosh, she's already up there.
Espella!
Espella, be careful! It's dangerous up there.
Please, Espella, come down.
I'm sorry, everyone. I have no right to be here anymore. Nick! Espella's going to do something crazy!
I can see that, but what the heck can I do?
Espella, please do not make any hasty decisions.
Mr. Layton!
The truth is close now. Be brave for a little while longer.
The truth? As if it wasn't clear already. If I hadn't rung that bell, everything would have been fine.
Objection!
You may be mistaken. You still don't know the whole story.
Huh?
Isn't that so, Mr. Wright?
I had the same feeling when I was listening to Eve's testimony. I felt something was not right.
Really? I thought that was pretty much it.
The pieces of the puzzle that don't yet fit them are themselves the hints to the solution.
No way! You mean Espella didn't ring the bell?
What? Nonsense. Of course she did. As it stands, it's hard to say for sure that she didn't ring the bell. However, we've got evidence that will clear any doubts. Show us this so-called evidence you claim to have, then. What do you think proves Espella didn't ring the bell? Even a child can use it. I mean, this is the one piece of evidence we just got, so...
Take that!
Whatever that means.
Yeah, what does this mean?
Espella, can you hear me?
Yes.
Where you're standing now is the same spot from where you saw this fire dragon.
Yes, that's right. This fretwork here is the same as what I saw that day. When I look at it now, it seems so small, even adorable.
Defense, what does this have to do with anything? As you will no doubt recall, Mr. Candabella told us that people who drink the groundwater here suffer from a condition where they fall unconscious the moment they hear the sound of pure silver. After the bell sounded, you recovered consciousness sooner than Espella. You ran to her side and shook her awake. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the fire dragon. In other words, if it was Espella who rang the bell, that would mean the device for ringing the bell must be very close to the fretwork of the dragon. How is anyone supposed to figure that out? Espella, can you please check that for me? See if the contraption is located near the dragon fretwork.
How would we have known to suspect that? Okay. Give me a minute.
Maybe the bell tower plans? No, not really.
Not really. They're not that clear. Oh my god.
They're just like, here, we gave you a piece of evidence, just use it.
Just use it. And it's kind of misleading too, because it's also like, there's no child to use it. So like, okay, so Espella could use it. Mr. Wright.
Espella, did you find it?
I don't know if it's the right thing. But there's something on the other side of the belfry. A contraption with a handle.
Maybe... I suspect that probably what they did was they were thinking that you would get a better sense of the space when you were doing that segment where you had to, like, look around. But, man... That's pretty obtuse.
Yeah.
What? On the other side? That's right. I figured there was something weird when we went up the bell tower, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. No way. You see where I'm going with this, don't you, Miss Belduke? If it was Espella who rang the bell, there's no way she could have seen the fire dragon when she woke up. No, this can't be right.
An excellent deduction, Mr. Wright. Miss Darklaw. It seems that everything is now clear as day.
What do you mean?
Why, of course. The answer to the question of who rang the bell.
It was her. It had to be.
What do you say, Mr. Wright?
It looks like we've arrived at the same conclusion. We now know that only one person could have done it.
Wait, what good will saying it out loud do?
Is there a problem, Mr. Cantabella? It wasn't your daughter who rang the bell. Should that not lift some burden off your shoulders? Are you not curious to know the name of the true culprit, who has pinned the blame on your daughter all this while?
Ugh.
How about you stop taunting us? Just say the name already. Who is this true culprit? Let's do this, Professor. Are you ready?
I am always ready, Mr. Wright.
What are the actual stakes here? Man, that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
I'm just like, what? What's the point?
It's time to set
I
things
don't-
straight. To make sure Espella is as innocent as possible.
Listen, I get it. Espella feels bad, man, for Espella, but like her dad sucks.
The cat.
Like also like it's you, Eve Belduke.
It's you, Eve Belduke.
Also like this just sucks. Like her dad literally killed himself over this. Like, I get it, but also, like, feels fucking bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no one wins here.
Yeah.
Me? But... There were only the two of you in the belfry at the time. You know that better than anyone.
And as it wasn't Espella who rang the bell, it had to be you.
That's preposterous. It can't be true.
It was an extremely traumatizing event for both you and Espella. Your friend's memories were altered from the shock without her even realizing it. She believed she was the witch who rang the bell and summoned a dragon, which incinerated the town. However, Miss Belduke, Espella wasn't the only one whose memories were warped by the horrors you two witnessed. You were affected as well.
No,
Oh!
it wasn't me. Espella, she rang the bell. It was her, not me. But why? What are these flashbacks? I've never had these before.
Alright, give it to us.
What's the matter? I don't want to do this now. We'll be taken over by Bezella. Bezella is just a fairy tale. And you're the one who said you wanted to come and ring the bell. I did, but I changed my mind. Hey? After coming all this way? Oh. Hmm?
That nightmare was too much for two young girls to take in. Your young minds needed to protect themselves. That's why you subconsciously repressed those memories.
Then, if that's true, for the past 10 years, I've been pinning the blame for what I've done on Espella. It can't be. It can't be true. It's impossible!
Darkloss just disappeared.
She's donned the invisibility robe.
Like Wizard Darklaw, she's run away. But did you hear that? It was her that once destroyed this town. Our lives have already been so messed up. We don't need this now. She's gotta pay for what she did. Capture her.
Oh, Nick, look at the bell tower. Espella's gone.
No, she's on the roof.
What's happening?
Don't blame Eve. It really doesn't matter anymore who rang the accursed bell.
She was 10!
Literally, yes.
For me, it's my fault you've all been used and suffered so.
Espella, what are you saying? Please, come down right now. You haven't done anything wrong. It was all my fault.
He's actually right.
That's
I
true.
know that you did this for me. You've been so kind to me. And what did I do? I selfishly ran away from home.
Espella.
I will finish your story for you. The evil witch will be gone forever, and everyone will live happily ever after. Dad, thank you for everything you've done for me.
Wait! Don't do it, Espella!
Bro!
What are you... Isn't that... Darklaw?
I forgot Luke was here, Jesus.
Why would you? I finally remember everything I've done.
You're not the only one who remembered. You still have the pendant.
Yes, of course. That's because Somehow I always knew it was important to me.
Isabella,
You kept your pendant as well, didn't you, Eve?
for some reason, I just couldn't let it go.
Espella! Miss Darklaw!
Quick! They'll fall if we don't do something!
Let's go. We have to save them.
Even Phoenix is like Miss Darklaw, like she's fucking 25.
Why?
The wooden handrail Eve's holding onto is rotted through. We need some sort of magic to save them.
No way!
It's time for a puzzle.
Magic, you say?
You got an idea,
you say?
Professor?
If a bit of magic is all that's needed to save these two young ladies, then perhaps that is something I can arrange.
What? You can?
Oh!
Look out! You'll fall! Eve! You have to let go! Otherwise you'll fall too!
Professor?
What's going on here? Anyone?
Professor! You're a sorcerer! No, Miss Fay. We've already established that magic doesn't exist, even in this town.
But then, how did you just do that?
What you have just seen was the last and greatest illusion within Labyrinthia.
Huh? An illusion?
Yeah, he's Magic Man now. Magic is but an illusion, and this illusion has been produced through the power of suggestion and Librellum's medication. Everyone in Labyrinthia has been under this particular magic spell. Now then, shall we break the spell?
Magic is the last mystery to be solved.
You've seen through all my tricks, Slayton.
I
Top
wouldn't
hat
have
to
done
his
it
power.
without the vital hint you gave me when you spoke in your tower. Top hat! The final spell is concealed at the start.
Okay, so what does that mean?
As you know, all the spells are listed within this book. Right! The Grand Grimoire! Now, what did Mr. Cantabella mean by the start? Screen's kind of glitching out.
Weird. The front cover?
Precisely, Mr. Wright. The final spell shall dispel the illusion. The correct incantation is hidden on the front cover itself.
Well then, Mr. Wright.
Oh.
This is the final puzzle. Soon, a new day will begin for the
He said it's the
townspeople.
final puzzle!
Let us put an end to this illusion. Once and for all.
Yeah!
Yeah!
You heard that, Magpie? Final puzzle!
The final spell.
We have the final interrogation, now we have the final puzzle. I was joking about the final puzzle. You wrote this game, didn't you? You know, on the cover of the Grand Grimoire are the characters that spell out the true magical incantation. Select the characters on the touchscreen and slide them over to the counterparts on the tome's cover to make them vanish. Remove the extra magical characters from the Grand Grimoire's cover to reveal the hidden incantation. Symbols come in all shapes and sizes, making them...
Okay. Oh, I see. It's one of these kinds of puzzles.
Yeah, you gotta do the little matchies.
Okay.
There you go.
What do you take me for? I'm the Puzzle King. Let's see, let's do... this one?
Get the 3. It's the top on the top right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little boy.
Get the middle one. It's on the bottom left.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay. This one's here as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here it is. Yeah.
Ah!
Let us think about it together.
They're cute.
Every puzzle has an answer.
The sun is rising, and when it does, its light will reveal the truth behind Labyrinthia's mysteries.
Now, Professor?
Yes. Shall we, Mr. Wright?
Camera. What?
There is so much machinery.
There's just cranes everywhere.
Jesus Christ. I'd be fucking terrified if I was living my life in a fantasy world and this happened. I'd lose my goddamn mind.
Huh? Hey, it's Luke!
Oh my god, Luke! How the fuck did you do that? So precise. Kinda looks like the setting in the new Layton game. I haven't looked at it.
Bro, Luke knows how to operate a crane and snatch people out the air.
Yeah.
He's got a future ahead of him.
Hang on a second. The town's full of machinery?
So much for magic. It was all done with these machines.
That's right. With magic, witches can fly, buildings can disappear. Those are no easy feats to stage.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
To make all those incredible things real, we needed a great deal of machinery.
Couldn't he have just, I don't know, made the magic a bit simpler?
Yes. Yes, he could have.
A witch would say the incantation, and shades would stop time with their silver bells.
And they'd go wild with these machines, making all sorts of crazy stuff happen. That's so cool. I'd love to try it.
I took a quick crash course before operating the machines. Not bad, hey?
Professor Layton, you left a child in charge of operating heavy machinery. People's lives were at stake.
Yes, Luke. What would we do without you?
So when's my turn? I want to pick something up off the ground and make it fly through the air.
I wish you'd stop looking at me when you say that, Maya.
Jesus Christ.
Well, in any case, I think we should head back to the courthouse.
Right you are, Professor. The judge might have fallen asleep waiting for us.
The sun has risen above Labyrinthia, and has shown us our town's true form. Well, I really don't think there's any need for a verdict anymore. The witches on trial weren't witches after all. I am deeply relieved that those I have sentenced are still alive and well. At last, I can step down from this seat with a clear conscience. And now? The final verdict in the last witches' court session ever to be held.
Yeah, confetti! From where? I don't know.
I'm very grateful for all the help, Professor.
The feeling is mutual, Mr. Wright. A gentleman always fights for the truth. I could not have done otherwise. I'd like to congratulate the two of you. You both did splendidly in the court.
Oh, it's the judge! I didn't recognize him standing up like this.
I've never seen this sprite before.
Yeah.
You've brought to light the truth about this town. Although I still find it astonishing that we could not see all of this. I cannot even begin to imagine how it was achieved. Brainwashing.
Brainwashing.
You are all given a very simple instruction when you are hypnotized. You cannot see pure black. That was sufficient.
Oh, now I see. These strange contraptions are made from some sort of black metal.
So the game does have DLC content. They're like little short stories, basically. One of the, I think Dual Destinies? I think Dual Destinies has an actual DLC chapter, but the DLC in this game is literally just like little side stories. And a lot of them have to do with like, I don't know, I think the sale numbers or something. Like they reference the fourth wall a lot. There's one that has a, I think it's the first or second one, I think, that has a reference to Gado's 17 cups of coffee rule, where I think like I think Phoenix is like, do you think the professor has a rule for, you know, how much tea he drinks during a puzzle?
That's cute.
Wait just a second. There are plenty of black objects all over Labyrinthia, aren't there?
Storyteller's wearing black.
Yeah, that's right. My hair's charcoal black too.
Ah, but it is not pure black.
What?
What we often perceive as the color black is in fact far from bringing pure black.
My man made Vanta Black cranes.
Our brains interpret reflections of light as colors. Objects which reflect even the smallest amount of light are not pure black.
These cranes should actually look much more two-dimensional.
That's what I was thinking.
Pure black is only encountered within nature as darkness.
Darkness, sir?
Machines used in Labyrinthia are coated in a special material developed by Labrellum Inc. It absorbs light without reflecting any. It is the only material that can be said to be pure black.
Oh my god, he made better Vanta Black. Yeah, same brain cell.
Oh, I bet this invisibility robe is also made of that same material, right?
That's correct. And of course, the bell tower was concealed using the very same material as well.
You know what they should have done? They should have just like been like, okay, Nintendo 3DS, do not render these pixels.
What do you mean?
Well, that would have accomplished a pretty similar effect, right? It's just like the outline of a crane, but like it's all dead pixels.
That's correct. And of course, the bell tower was concealed using the very same material as well.
When you think about it,
I don't want to think about it, to be honest.
This town abounds in all things invisible. Huh? Miss Darklaw, or should I say Miss Belduke?
Yes?
For 10 long years, your memories had been suppressed.
The truth about what occurred in the belfry was invisible to me, you mean?
Mr. Cantabella and your father knew it all along. They knew who actually rang the bell.
What? Did they really? Is that true, Cantabella?
As we have demonstrated, it was easy to deduce from the situation in the belfry.
But if he knew that all along, why didn't he say something?
It was, of course, for your own good.
Don't be angry at her!
You were trying to pin the blame for that disaster on Espella.
Yes, I was. But if you knew that, why did you keep quiet about it? If you had only scolded me back then for lying, maybe Espella wouldn't have suffered such trauma.
It was your eyes, Eve.
What?
Your eyes weren't those of a liar. You believed in what you said. You truly thought it was Espella. What you saw was too much for you to bear.
Bro, she eliminated an entire town.
Your mind blocked out the real memory of what happened in order to maintain your own sanity. Had I called you a liar then?
You would probably have suffered a mental breakdown. Mr. Cantabella and your father created this town. You were mistaken in thinking it was purely for Espella's sake. It was also for you, Miss Belduke. Remember what your father wrote in his suicide note.
I have only two concerns. The first is my daughter. It pains me to be leaving her alone in this world, although she probably doesn't think of me as her father.
I had an argument with my father once. He was always thinking only about the town, and paid no attention to me.
So you moved out and broke off contact with him. But you were wrong about your father. Not a single day passed without him thinking about you. He helped to make the story I was weaving a reality, for your sake.
I've been so ignorant. I was so convinced father was driven to suicide by you.
Your father couldn't bear the sense of guilt he had accumulated over the past 10 years.
Yeah, double deadbeat dads.
Even though he killed himself in the end, I believe you were always the most important person to him.
Eve?
Espella! Espella, what I did to you is unforgivable. I rewrote your story, putting you through all this.
We can ignore the fact that he adopted another child. That's true. I'd be fucking pissed.
Why are we ignoring the other child?
I can't believe I went to such an extreme because of one wrong assumption.
Well, okay, no, listen. It was a little bit more than that. Like, it was a lot of things happening at once.
No, it's okay, Eve. I wasn't angry.
Also, like, you were 10.
Also, like, none of this is these children's fault.
Yeah.
The followers were on the way to ring the bell anyway, weren't they?
Protecting me.
Well, they were, but they were gonna do it the morning after, so they're like absolved by the narrative of like, well, it wouldn't have been a disaster if they did it the day after, because then it's you know, poetic irony or whatever, right? Like they would have done it and then realized, oh, this is a really bad idea.
And even today, you saved my life.
Espella,
I also owe you an apology. After all, I forgot about my dearest friend. I'm so sorry, Eve.
Well, that's because your dad gaslit you with hypno gas.
Ah, there you are, Eve.
I got two Eves now.
Double Eve.
your cat's called Eve.
Little
You
bean.
know what I've just noticed? You two are very much alike. You and Eve the cat.
What? It's all in your head.
It looks like Eve has taken a liking to the other Eve.
You've got that right, and the similarity is really striking.
Oh dear.
My accidental guests, Professor Layton and Mr. Wright.
Yes?
Yes.
I must say, I am indebted to you.
Don't mention it.
Don't mention it. You should be in prison.
You kidnapped all these people and us.
When I started planning my revenge 3 months ago, Mr. Layton was a part of my plans. I needed to lure him to Labyrinthia.
Why me?
You were famous in London, and word of your skills reached me even here. What's more, you specialize in mysteries. So I thought that if you came to this town, you'd feel compelled to solve ours.
Well, I am honored.
He's just that much of a baller.
That's cool. And what about me?
Why am I here?
Well, about you. How should I put it? Your arrival here was purely accidental.
Yeah, that tracks.
You mean it wasn't planned?
As you know,
I gotta be right back
Estella
just really
escaped
quickly.
and got involved
okay.
in that incident on the freighter.
Accidental kidnapping victims. Yeah, like, they were absolutely kidnapped! Also, I have a question. Which is... Like, okay. I'm never gonna pose this question to Renu, but like, how did they get here? Like, how were they kidnapped, right? Because like they weren't drinking the water at that point, so they couldn't just knock them out with, you know, the magic and stuff. And then there was also like the magic they were doing at the beginning. She was fucking flying. The beginning of the game leaves so many questions. It really fucking does! Like, is she really a witch? That's the only explanation I have here, is that she can actually do magic. They could fly after- I know! Like, she was straight up flying! Like, I guess Espella and Carmine would be, like, potentially vulnerable to that. Like, you know, they could believe that she was flying, but then you'd have to operate, like, a crane outdoors that everyone else can see. And, like, and then there's just the rest of them that they just ended up here somehow. They dropped a gaslight bomb at Layton's house? Yeah, I guess so. Like, what? It's so weird. This game is like absolutely one of the weirdest games in this series. Like I know it's just a crossover and that it's like dubiously canonical, but like there are so many levels of contrivance to the setup for it, like to the twist, that it really is just like at a certain point, couldn't you just have made it real? Couldn't you just have made it a real fantasy, like, isekai setup? Like, it's not any less plausible than whatever has been happening here, you know? Like, this is almost less plausible. Somehow the story is less overtly magical than Ace Attorney and Professor Layton. Yes! I think in one of the Professor Layton games there is literally time travel, so, like, it's like, you're right, it's strangely less magical than either of them. Like, there's no spirit channeling in this one. Like, she can do it, but she doesn't. Magic isn't real. Luke can literally talk to animals. Magic isn't real. Maya can literally summon the spirits of the dead into her body. What do you mean magic isn't real? We got Scooby-Doo. Like, we did get Scooby-Doo, but in the weirdest way possible. Like, it's at the point, it's like, why are you even Scooby-Dooing, right? Like, this would be like if Scooby-Doo and the witch's ghost was like, psych, magic's not real at the end. Because, like, in that movie, magic was fucking real! That's the second time I've talked about Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost this week, which is 2 more times than I expected to talk about it this week. Anyway. I'm gonna hit that break screen till when he gets back then. Been coming up for you a few times recently too. I don't know. Maybe it's just coming back around in the cultural space, you know. Ever since that tweet, which tweet? And a clip of the Hex Girl song? Oh, yeah. I guess that's fair. I mean, we've reached a point where that kind of stuff is like... It's like kind of retro now. Or at the very least, it's like in that range of like... I think Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost is a movie from like 2006, 7, 8, one of those years. Or maybe, was it earlier? Oh, God. Let me look it up while we have some time. Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost. Scooby-Doo and the Witch... It's a 1999 movie? Oh, that's fucked. No fucking way. No shot. 99. Woof. I guess that ultimately makes sense. Released on VHS on October 5th, 1999. Then on DVD, March 6th of 2001. Oh, that's probably why I think it's in the 2000s. Because I probably watched it on DVD. Or did I? Anyway, the monsters were real in that movie. Like, they're just real. The thing I really remember about Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost, aside from the Hex Girls, which obviously left a sort of permanent mark on everybody for the rest of time, is the fact that Tim Curry plays the villain, or the antagonist in that movie. I feel like that's one of the Tim Curry roles that to me is like the iconic role, but I would say that's probably not the case for most people. Yeah, Tim Curry's in that movie. But whenever I think about Tim Curry, I think about his performance as Ben Ravencroft. Almost as weird as H.P. Lovecraft appearing in later I mean, later Scooby-Doo is, like, really weird. Because, like, there was a point where... And I say a point, like, it's not even really... I don't even know if it's over. But, like, there were just Scooby-Doo movies coming out with, like, famous people in them. Like, the Kiss one. And, John Cena is just there as himself. H.P. Hadecraft? I mean, listen, that's more accurate. TBH. Sorry, Scooby-Doo, where are you? The recording artist for that is Billy Ray Cyrus? What the fuck? At least for Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost, I'm looking at the track listing, and number 1 title, Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? Recording artist, Billy Ray Cyrus.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, welcome back. We're talking about Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost.
I heard you talking about Scooby-Doo.
We were also... Okay, I was also yelling about this game.
Okay.
Because, like, at the beginning, she flies and throws fireballs at a car. So, like, magic isn't real by fucking ass. And then, like, 2... Magic is already real in both of the games that this game is, like, derived from. Like, Maya can summon spirits, and... Luke can talk to fucking animals. One of the Layton games, I think, has literal time travel.
No, it's all science.
There is, like... The setup and premise of this game is so contrived that you have to wonder at a certain point, wouldn't it have been better just to have magic be real? Like... I mean... wouldn't that actually just kind of be better? Like, it's actually no less plausible that they got transported to, like, a miniature storybook fantasy world than it is that a corporation, like a pharmaceutical corporation, rebuilt a town where the water makes you sick in a way that pure silver makes you pass out if you hear it ding, and then they have a fire festival. And then just one night they were like, okay, we're gonna ring the bell after the fire festival. But then the children sneak up and they ring the bell and everybody passes out and they fucking die. Everyone goddamn dies.
Yeah, they do a lot of explaining to make sure it's still in the real world.
I don't understand. I would have just committed. I would have just committed to the magic.
I mean, it was interesting to watch them try and use facts and logic to argue against the existence of magic.
I mean, that was cool, but like also we could have done that in the world with magic.
Right, that's what I was thinking. That was before we learned that magic didn't exist in this world.
Well, anyway, as you know, Espella escaped and got involved in that incident on the freighter.
As a consequence, I had no choice but to bring you.
Oh, that's right. This is all voiced. I don't have to do shit.
I see. I shouldn't have asked. My fragile pride has suffered yet another blow.
Nick, you can't escape your fate.
Yeah, we were talking about how we got Scooby-Dooed, but like, even Scooby-Doo has moments where they're just like, okay, yeah, the magic is like real though. Like, specifically, actually, it's Scooby-Doo, Zombie Island, and Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost are the two where like the magic is like explicitly real. Apparently, Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost was made like in response basically to Zombie Island. They were like, okay, so like, you gotta make it less scary. This movie was too scary for kids, which, to be fair, was true. I remember that movie scaring the shit out of me as a kid. But they wrote they wrote it so that it was like the ghost was a publicity stunt, and then they were like, this sucks. So they rewrote the whole last third of the movie so that the witch was like the ghost is real. And they're like, yeah, this fucking slaps. And honestly, God fucking speed.
Always find trouble if it doesn't find you first.
How about some words of sympathy for a change?
How about some words of sympathy for a change?
Jeez.
I am terribly sorry. The only thing on my mind the last 3 months was revenge.
I mean, I understand that you're apologizing because you feel bad, but also, like, no.
Whatever your intentions were, the last witch trial has ended in the best possible way for this town.
Yep.
You were correct in your judgment. You always are.
She's only 20 years old.
I thank you from the bottom of my heart, Eve, for opening my eyes.
You know, I think I played this when I was like 15 or something, and I was like, yeah, that's what a 20-year-old looks like. And now as a 26-year-old, I'm like, that is not a 20-year-old. No fucking way. I know somebody who's in office lady range when I see one, you know?
Yeah.
I've sort of gotten an
my
question.
OL radar. It's
Why were you
very
working on
very
this story?
fine-tuned.
Only Newton knew the real reason. I am suffering from an incurable illness.
Oh.
What?
I got cancer, bro.
Dad, you're ill. Is it serious?
I mean...
It is a rare disease with no known cure.
What is...
Why didn't you tell me? Had I known...
I wanted this to be my secret. I suppose that was a bad decision on my part.
Sir, you have not made one correct decision in your entire life.
Oh my god. So many bad
before I
decisions.
died, and lay the foundations for a new world.
Also, like, to be fair, I feel like I really do understand now. Seeing Espella and her dad, I really do understand why Espella, at any given moment, will be like, I will sacrifice myself to save everybody. I will stop this situation by killing myself. And it's like, no, that wouldn't solve anything. Like, when she was about to throw herself off the building, like, what do you mean? What do you mean you're gonna solve this? What would that solve?
Honestly, I was desperate. I didn't much care about Labyrinthia anymore.
Dad, why did it have to happen to you? Especially now that we're finally back together.
Now that we've reached the end of the game, and I don't have to worry about spoiling anybody about the whole magic thing, like, I can finally vent about the whole game, because I remember playing this and being extremely upset about it back then, too.
Really?
I was just like, this, bro, why? I kind of liked it better when it was magic.
You're upset all over again.
Cheer up, Espella.
How can I?
Labrellum's new drug development center contacted me a short while ago.
They found a cure for my disease.
They have succeeded in creating a new medicine, thanks to Belduke's research. It's a top-secret wonder drug for my illness.
Fuck off!
What? You have succeeded in creating a new medicine thanks to Belduke's research. It's a top secret wonder drug for my rare and incurable illness that I have not prescribed a name to. You know, hand wavy motions.
Fuck right
Newton had been working on finding a cure for my illness until
This
the
sucks,
very end.
bro.
It would seem that the cure was his final gift to me.
I adore a really large chunk of this game, and it is so thoroughly ruined by its ending.
The ending is
which is
such. That's the only thing. I was like, the ending is making everything fall apart. I don't understand. It's not like I hate the ending, but it's just a bit of a mess.
Honestly, like, there are moments in this game that I really, really enjoy. Like the Maya witch fake out moment, even though you know like they can't kill off Maya in a spin-off game, was like really great, and Phoenix like fucking popping off.
Yeah, I love the reactions of the characters. Yeah.
I just don't understand why when we got to this point they were just like,
We have to put in all the twists.
Surgery. Do not fear. I shall return.
I will not die.
So stop making that sad face, Espella.
Why is this necessary?
There's like a heartwarming reunion between father and daughter, and it's just like, bro, you suck as a dad.
Dad, will everything be back to how it once was?
Is this how he gets redeemed? Is by being ill?
It will.
Andy,
is that what they're going for?
I don't know.
Still be my friend.
Like, wow, what an evil man. Oh, but he has a rare incurable illness. We should forgive him for everything that he's done.
Of course.
I honestly think that the illness was literally only an excuse for him ending the story, right?
Oh, man.
What a fucking mess. It sucks because this has one of my favorite objection themes in Spellbreaker. And some really great character designs. And some really great moments. I'm just so confused about how it ended.
Yeah.
I'm going to drop by Mrs. Eclair's bakery. I've got so much to tell her. Do you mind if I go, Dad? It won't take long.
Honestly, Aunt Patty is your new mom.
I know, honestly, though. She's way more parental.
Aunt Patty's your only parent now.
Yeah.
Of course not. Please do.
Looks like Eve wants to come too.
What? Oh, you meant the cat.
Espella, mind if we tag along? Not at all. You're welcome to come.
Spellbreaker is a good name for an objection theme. It really, really is.
Awesome! Maybe we'll get some tasty baked bread out of this.
I thought we were going there for a different reason. Well, anyway, I'll be off then, Professor.
Pass all my regards to Mrs. Eclair, Luke.
So, what's going to happen to the town?
I've released everyone from hypnosis. They will soon recover the memories of their lives before Labyrinthia.
And then they'll have to pick up the fucking pieces of having 10 years of their life. Can you imagine if you went to go apply for a job and they're like, hey, what's this 10-year gap in your resume? And you're like, I was part of a brainwash hypnosis cult. Here's my reference. And like, it would probably work because like, honestly, like, the company is probably a huge pharmaceutical company and they have a lot of clout, and probably so that they don't get sued out the fucking ass, they would be like, okay, we'll cover for you. But like, you should give all these people enough money to live for the rest of their lives. Like, you basically stole 10 years from them. I don't care if they signed a contract.
Yeah, they really haven't broached any of the ethical concerns here. They just were like, okay, we're just gonna slide past that.
Even for the children, like, yeah.
They will soon recover the memories of their lives before Labyrinthia. As of today,
There were children who were born here.
Project Labyrinthia is over.
God, you're right.
Right? Those kids were younger than 10, those
kids are gonna be so jacked up. It's like those kids that were like raised only speaking like Klingon. Like, that's a child abuse case. That's a child protection nightmare.
Ah, I see.
They are free to leave if they so wish. I imagine they will make a run for it.
Can we like fix the water here, maybe?
Imagine they'll make a run for it.
This place will turn into uninhabited ruins, just like it was 10 years ago.
I have some doubts about that.
What do you mean?
Why is he standing like he's in a Danganronpa game? Look at it, look at his power stance.
Yeah. Look at him, arms out.
You're going to
I now
jail!
understand that this town is an artificial creation of yours. Nonetheless, to us Labyrinthians, the past 10 years were real.
So we're just gonna
We love this
cosplay a Ren
town.
Fair for the rest of the time, or like what? Like,
Yeah,
is it
we're
just
gonna stay here.
Yet tell
It's just
how
RP
this
town.
will change.
Mm-hmm.
However, it is possible that some people will want to stay.
I mean, yeah, that's fine as long as you don't, you know, keep doing the
Who knows?
weird stuff.
Perhaps you will find yourself creating a new town along with them.
Listen, as long as you're not brainwashing people, the town can stay.
You say?
I am no longer the judge, but if possible, I would like to remain here.
You have my gratitude, Your Honor.
Everybody has like a tragic backstory coming into this place, obviously, because they signed away their entire fucking rest of their life, right? What is the judge's like tragic backstory that he came here at like 60?
You need not address me as Your Honor anymore, Sir Storyteller.
I mean, he's whatever it is, it's so tragic, he's willing to stay here forever.
And so,
Like, even knowing about the hypnosis.
the last witch trial has drawn to a close.
The storyteller does have to go to jail.
Someone has to go to jail.
Someone has to take responsibility for what happened here.
What did Mr. Wright, Mr. Layton, and my father talk about? That I do not know. But Dad made a promise to me. Once everyone recovers their memories and he is cured of his illness, he will return to write a new story with everyone's help. This time, the story will be real without any lies or illusions.
I weep for the game that this could have been.
Clover, everyone can hear you slurping. Oh my god.
1-800, are you slurping? Sorry, is that the bell tower?
Wait, is it?
Has everyone been dehypnotized now? I guess it's fine now.
Oh my god.
Guys, you really gotta stop drinking the water here.
This is crazy.
Sound.
almost as if it's ringing in a new beginning for the town.
Keep the magic, outcome.
That is not a 20-year-old. She's fucking,
Okay,
she's
then.
30.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Bonham.
Mr. Bonham!
Look at him!
Thank you! Thank you all so much for everything! Espella, you take care now.
You too, Mr. Cantabella. Bye.
Of course Barnum knows how to drive
Be
a
sure
jet
to visit
boat.
us again!
Is that right?
You can bet on it!
I wish all of you the very best.
Some random fucking island off the coast of England.
Mr. Wright, I knew I could count on you to stand your ground and fight me to the very end.
You didn't make
Me
that
too.
shit easy.
I always believed in you, Professor. And I know it's why we managed to get to the mysterious truth behind this town.
It's just
When we
like
get back to England, we'll drop by and see you.
Great. I'll show you around London.
Look at him. Amazing. Chug. Oh my god. Hydrate, Chug.
Oh,
Why?
chug chug hydrate.
We chug and hydrate.
I don't know. How do I chug twice?
Oh, they have 2 golden statues of them. It's so cute. Oh my god, look at them.
That's cute. How old is Barnum? They're gonna tell me he's like 18 or some shit, you know?
No, he's down. He was 20 something, I think.
I think you're right. I think he was like in his early to mid 20s.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I can see why these people wanted to leave their lives behind. They're kind of a mess. Jesus Christ. Okay. I am still drinking.
Me too.
Is that a problematic amount of liquid?
Oh, it would have to be like you're being tortured with having to consume liquids, like that much liquid.
Well, this is like, I think 16 ounces, and I believe this is 40.
I think you should still be okay. Look at the judge.
Look at him go.
He's going for it. Or can we not talk about Dad again?
Even if you weren't saving that chug, I'm not certain that I could chug anything. I don't think there's anything I could chug. Lethal water's like 100 cups or something. Yeah, I mean, that's true, but also, like, throwing up is like, you know, a much smaller amount than that.
Yeah. You'd have to be throwing up several times in order to be consuming a lethal amount.
I think I could just finish reading a really long story.
Indeed, Luke. I know what you mean. It certainly was an enthralling adventure.
I wonder how Espella and the others back in Labyrinthia are getting on.
Oh, I'm
I'd
getting
love to go
brain
back and
freeze.
see them. I'd rather not have to be sucked into a book to get there.
Perhaps we should ask Carmine to come along with us.
The fact that all my
drinks all the time.
the fact that I keep all my drinks ice cold at all times is backfiring.
You'd already solved all the town secrets, Professor.
Okay, one chug done.
Well, we mustn't forget that we didn't solve them all by ourselves.
You shouldn't have announced that.
Help of our friends across the Atlantic.
I wonder what they're doing right now. Battling away in a courtroom somewhere?
I'd wager they may well be, Luke. At any rate, we must make our own preparations. There's a brand new case that requires our attention, and that
God we
means
don't do
a
this
brand new set of puzzles to be solved.
Just
my
you
boy.
wait. We'll find some time to catch you. Just you wait till that Final Fantasy stream.
Hold it!
Hold it.
Right.
What's the matter,
Got
right?
your tongue?
Oh,
Or are you still in a holiday kind of mood? Perhaps your mind is as clouded as the English sky.
Fucking try his ass!
Not
wow.
If only the professor were here. I think at this point you've got to use that patented spell of yours, Nick.
Patented spell?
Hello, Earth to Nick. Just when we think it's all over, you always use it to turn the tables.
Ah, got it. I just have to close my eyes and say the magic word. Luckily, I don't need a witch's scepter for this one.
I'm in
Save
pain.
the chit-chat for later, right? I've almost missed that utterly annoying spell of yours. Fine, let's hear it then.
Just take a deep breath and give
I
it
don't know
all
what
you've
they were
got.
doing with Edgeworth's voice. I'm pretty sure
Well,
it's much better when
here
you show it
goes.
later.
Objection!
Man, I'm so excited for the next game too.
I thought you were gonna say you're so full of water.
Make a sequel with Edgeworth. What are we playing? We're playing Edgeworth games next. This
Yeah,
spin-off.
there's two Edgeworth spin-offs. They're called Ace Attorney Investigations, and they're literally just they're Edgeworth games.
Yeah,
I
this
sound
is
so
perfect
hydrated. I think I'm
transition over.
drowning.
I assume you sound so hydrated.
Yeah, the Ace Attorney. So the Ace Attorney investigation games they're some of like the Ace Attorney gameplay, but they're also like a little bit more of the point and click adventure, which is cute. I think it will be very fun to do.
I'm really excited.
I've never played the second one as well, so that's another game in the Ace Attorney. That's the only other game in the Ace Attorney series that I've never played. Is
Let's go.
Investigations 2.
Yeah.
So we'll do Investigations 1, Investigations 2, and then we'll do Apollo.
All right.
And that's like the next year of streaming at least. Are you playing Prosecutor in the investigation games? It's really funny because you're actually not really playing Prosecutor. They're way more straightforwardly detective games, basically. Like, you're a prosecutor, but really what you do is mostly detective-ing. Maybe you'll have another chug by the time you finish those. Oh, most certainly. Like, these games take so long to get through.
Yeah.
Like, what? Oh, God, Jesus, there's still so much water in this.
Maybe we get great Ace Attorney Herlock investigations. I don't know what they're coming out with next.
Yeah. The first time we played Ace Attorney was about 2 years ago.
Yeah.
December of 2020 is when we started.
Wow.
It's crazy. So it says 2 years, but it's like it's been 2.5. And we've made our way through 6 games. That's pretty good, actually.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
So there's 1, 2, 3. Okay, wait. Ace Attorney Investigations, Apollo Justice, and I I think there's 5 more games, so I think like in two more-ish years we'll be done.
Wow.
But by then, probably they'll have released another Ace Attorney game, if I'm being completely honest.
That's right.
They did say that they were gonna have, I think it was a leak that happened recently that they were working on a new one. So I'm almost certainly that will be out by then.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Yeah, so we'll have we have another 2.5 years of Ace Attorney to look forward to.
Woo!
See, Investigations 2, Apollo, Dual Destinies, Spirit of Justice. Yeah, okay. So we have basically, we're at the halfway point of the Ace Attorney series.
Wow. I do like the music in this game.
The renditions are so good in this one.
Yeah.
You'll be water
they're
for much of them. That's true.
diluted soup.
Because this was the first 3DS game. So this is the first game past the Nintendo DS era. This is the first one that has like an orchestral track, like an actual like honest to God orchestral track. Because like the rest of it is basically, it's like chiptunes and stuff.
Yeah.
Because the Ace Attorney games, the original trilogy were originally Game Boy games, like Game Boy Advance games.
Yeah. Bleh.
Sick.
Man, heck this old man.
Yeah, fuck this old guy.
Storyteller. New.
Wow, look at all those picarots.
We're rich.
Well done, you've just cleared the game. You may now make a special game clear save data file. When you load data from this file, you will be given a choice of 2 starting locations. The first is within the underground ruins. You move to freely along the town. Climax of the epilogue. So you can do the game again. You can get all your picarots. All right. That's it. Oh god, my I don't know if that much water was good for me.
What a way to finish off the game.
On that note, I'm still not done, so give me a second.
Oh my god. My glass isn't very big, so I kinda... Thank you for stream. Sorry I wasn't here for 95%. I blame Tyler. I actually blame Tyler for all of this. Actually, Tyler's fault? Okay, well...
It is Tyler's fault. Tyler's playing through some of my favorite parts of the Final Fantasy XIV MSQ and was doing it at a time where I could not be there.
Yeah. And now you're being tortured even more.
How much more water is in this fucking thing?
Blame the ending of the game on Tyler. We'll blame the lack of magic. The lack of magic existing on Tyler.
Yeah, it's true.
So I blew Tyler's idea too. Tyler actually skipped all the cutscenes and we just did the final boss.
Okay, as funny as the double chug is, I think I'm gonna put a timer on the chug. I actually don't think I'll live next time you do this. Like I think you will hear me throw up on stream.
I think you just need a smaller beverage container.
This is not how I roll. Can't believe it. Well, it was funny the first time, and now the second time it's kind of painful.
Yeah, you shot glass. Yeah. Keep some shot glasses next to your computer.
Like, honest. Okay, listen. This entire water bottle, I filled it up during the last break we took, and it's. Hold on. What is this? Let me read this real quick. Yeah, it's 40 ounces. I feel like that should count for a couple chugs, you know?
I think I mean, me personally, I would count that for a significant amount of chugs.
Oh god.
Skill issue.
Okay, so right now, don't drink more than 200 ounces. Okay, well,
you're safe. Yeah, you're fine.
So okay, right now I have. Well, hold on. I need to. We're not halfway there, but we are definitely a fourth of the way there by the end of this. Because I drank something that was actually probably more like a third of the way. Because it was 16 ounces, but then I added ice to it and it melted. So it was probably more like 20.
The ice is hacking you over.
So yeah, that's like hold on. We're still going.
You're still going? The stream ending card is up. You're still going?
I gotta honor the chug.
Oh my god. Are you gonna wait for all the ice to melt?
No, listen, one. What do you mean, am I still drinking? Yes, I'm still drinking!
Yeah, if you just said you were done. You don't have to drink all the ice bits.
I'm not drinking all the ice bits. There's literally still water left.
Oh my god!
Well, you need before and after pics, which I really can't provide, unfortunately.
No, it's your second chug.
I'm almost at the end of the second chug or first? This is the second chug. The first chug was when I chugged the 20 ounces of Jamaica. The second chug was when I... Hold on.
Your empty cup will represent the loss of a match. Never heard the song Chug Jug? No. Jeez, stop it.
I did it.
You did it? Oh, congratulations.
It's fucking,
We were
it's
all
done.
praying for you.
That... Okay.
Yeah? You alright? Pain groan.
I need you all to understand that I have just consumed a half gallon of liquid.
Alright, well, thanks for coming to the stream, everyone. We finished Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Super fun. We'll be back in like 3 weeks to start investigations with Edward. It'll be really fun. I'm excited. Soupy will spend the rest of the night recovering.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Anyway, Nick, there will be a stream around the 23rd, probably at like 2 a.m. When the new Final Fantasy patch goes live. And then we'll be back in a couple weeks for investigations.
Yeah.
Alright?
Yes. Goodbye.
Okay.